America. Okay. Get the 3D print off of the bed. Step one. And just start the other 3D print. We'll do a little bit of parts design, but once I get stuff, once I get all these slats printed, I'll be able to test them out, see if we need to do any improvements on them. We'll work on the base plat and other thing. All right, these two in here. I need to print. What side is it? The left side? America. America. So technically, I think I called that the right side. I think I called them the wrong thing. Let's see if I can find the right file. It'd be kind of nice if I could automate this, and I probably can, but I don't know. Something about saving the files and then moving the files. I'm okay with it. So it's either lower right or lower left. Lower right is longer on that axis, which means that one's actually the left one. Lower right is actually the left one, and I need to rotate that 180 degrees. Nope, 90 degrees. Nope, 90 degrees. Nope, 90 degrees. There you go. Like that. Place this surface on the ground. Actually, let me just make sure. What's neat about this is that I can just make this into a T shape. I just lowered that one dimension, made it into a T shape. Now it doesn't need any support structure to print. But it's ridiculously weak. It is flimsy at best. But I'm not really relying on. I'm really kind of relying on the grading to kind of give it structure. What's up, Tim? How's it going, Fat and On? You got those Djibouti dancing emotes. Do I have those? I'm gonna check to see if I have these cursed dancing emotes. Yeah, looks like I do. Oh my god. All right. I need to work with the emote making stuff on Twitch a little bit more. Let's see. So I'm doing it the L shape like that. I need to make sure that the long dimension and the short dimension are the opposite of what I've got. They are. Okay. All right. So we'll print out two of these. Oh, they're animated GIFs. Yeah, I mean, all they have to do is get in front of a camera, and they can make all the animated GIFs they ever want. All they have to do is act a fool in front of a camera, and all's good. I remember Justin was saying, he's like, I could make silly faces all day for emotes. Slice now. Yeah, and I can just literally just send this over to print immediately. I'm gonna do that. It shouldn't be a long, yeah, a 2-hour print. All right. These are at least quick prints, but it does mean that there's like no material to them, and they're just notoriously flimsy. Flimsy, flimsy, flimsy. I'm opening my Red Bull, and then we're gonna look through some of these parts that I've got, and I gotta figure out where to put them, because I got a big mess on the desk right now from that SparkFun grab bag. I'm so tired today. I had weird fucking dreams last night. I had weird fucking dreams. Holy shit. I had an alien abduction dream, kind of. More like an impression. I had a horror movie special effects style dream that was like horrifying. Like dental horror. It was a weird fucking night for me, man. I didn't sleep. Yeah, it was rough. It was weird. I don't know what's going on in my mental space. I had some shit going on, I guess. I mean, it doesn't help that I watched the Wang video and Riccio and the finale of Callous Row last night. No, I wasn't on it. No, I don't take sleeping drugs. I don't take any sleeping drugs. I had a CPAP machine for a little while, but I stopped using it because it was on the lowest setting. It wasn't really doing much for me. Although, to be fair, the waking, like falling asleep for like a split second and then waking up like afraid, that's not something that's happened to me since I was a teenager, and I don't know why that's happening now, and it might have to do with snoring and airway blockage and stuff like that. So technically, maybe I could dig out the CPAP machine and use that again. I got a new mouse, and it's a little too light. It's a Rival, what is it? Rival 310, as opposed to the one that was disintegrating. And I feel like I had one of these in the past, and it got really disgusting on these rubber pieces. So if this one gets really disgusting, we might cut silicon like chair stopper material in order to replace these. But if these, because it gets greasy so easily, and then the mouse doesn't feel right, and it's a very light mouse. It could use some weight to it. But yeah, new mouse. It's no longer absolutely disgusting, and there's no longer rubber. It's not a rubberized coating, so it's not going to pick up like metal chips and stuff. But yeah. Especially on the SteelSeries mice, the rubber gets really weird. It gets really gross. I don't know what it is with me and SteelSeries. Like, I love the shape of all the mice that they make, to the degree where I'll keep buying them, which is like counterintuitive, because they almost always disintegrate on me. Almost always. I think there's nothing in here I can't throw away. I need a place to put some stuff. I need like a bowl to put all these 3D prints into, because these little links are what are going to hold the carbon fiber plate on, and I've got two sizes here. It does feel like Stockholm Syndrome. I like their products, though, for like a month. Oh, excuse me, I didn't mean to burp on camera. Is that the new Twitch meta is burping? Are they gonna go through, is the meta gonna go through every single bodily function until they're all banned? I can't wait. I hope so. What can I put this stuff in? I mean, I had, like, I don't know. I don't need like an official container. I just need like a bin to put the little parts in for a little while, because we're gonna work on the carbon fiber plate today. Yeah, when's the breathing meta? Sorry, streamers, no more breathing. No more of that filthy sexual breathing. You perverts. Perverts, all of you. You breathing into your microphones, into your streamer microphones. It's disgusting. I hate it.
Equation Child said he wanted to do a
Metronomic is talking. Run! Run for the hills. Here, this mix I think is almost over anyway, and I gotta do a little cleanup here. We'll just take it back. We'll rewind it. There's like 3 metronomic mixes on Twitch right now, because I don't think he hasn't been around for the 14 requisite days. So his shit's getting deleted. That's what happens on Twitch. I need a VOD YouTube. I'm afraid of a VOD YouTube, because someone's gonna go through it and find me saying something stupid. You know, I don't mean to decry cancel culture, but it's like when so much of my mental stuff is just being broadcast in these streams, I fear a VOD channel. Especially the times I say stuff that's like dangerously wrong. That could lead to like people getting harmed. That kind of stuff deserves to not be on the internet. I still gotta figure out what to do with this fucker. Oh, what do I do with the suction cup? I'm trying to like open up a little space up here for tapes and stuff. What is this? What is that? Oh yeah, I still have to make the headphone switch work on the whatchamacallit? On the steering wheel setup. Should dig that out and figure out what to do with it. I mean, inevitably I'm gonna end up building a whole racing setup, you know? Like a whole sim racing setup out of the thing. Just I don't know where it would go. I don't know where it would go. I'm fully capable of building that like tomorrow. Even using old stuff lying around the shop. This is the electrocution dog collar. That is against toss. Very plainly against toss. No. Ah! Okay, I'm being attacked. Does the bigger Stream Deck work? Yeah. Yeah, it's not a drop. It didn't fall on the floor. That's why I put them there. All right, just looking at this pile of shit. A place for everything and everything in its place. Oh yeah, we still have to take apart my old car keys. My old VW Mark IV car keys. I still have one of them. I think I found it in the bottom of a drawer. It was cool to have like a mini switchblade. Shunk. I'll fucking cut ye. What you say? Stabby, stabby. I don't know. But yeah, I want to take this thing apart. And I can go on a whole diatribe about key lock. Keeloq. It's a cool little piece of code that sold for $1 million. You imagine? Hey, here's two lines of software. That'll be $1 million, please, microchip. 2 lines of software. Fuck. And it changed the automobile industry for the worse. Lucky sale. No, man. It's a good piece of technology. It's a banger. That shit is great. Keylock is great. You get 256 rounds on a security code quickly by shuffling around bits. And then you end up with an undecipherable key sequence. It's very cool. I'm not gonna go on the diatribe now. If you really want to, you can look it up so you can be insufferable when it comes to when I do the actual talk. But it is a very cool little thing. I like Keylock a lot. Of course, it got hacked because things got leaked, and security researchers took a device that used the code and hooked it up to an oscilloscope that's across a resistor that's across the inputs, the power input to the system. And so they were able to determine what line of instructions the code was on and the ones and zeros that it was processing based on the minute current fluctuations of the processor having to move ones and zeros around. And in so doing, they were able to get the secret Keylock key that every Keylock device used. Pretty intense stuff. It was really cool. I did a lot of research on that for an old job. Just an old job, just a generic old job. You know how they do. All my shit out of the far recesses of the desk here. What do we got in this pile? This is the stuff that I couldn't really like categorize, and I'm considering throwing away because it's just never going to be used around here. Oh, that's where this one. Okay, good. This is a couple connectors can go in here, and then a couple more pin headers can go in. If I can get the bin here. Ah! Here, you guys come with me. These bins, when you put the full number in here, they stack so tightly, it's hard to get them out. Go. Just watched a video by Deviant Olam about his yesterday involving digital locks on safes. Yeah, the most you really want out of a digital lock on a safe is to keep a kid out of it. Like a gun safe. Like, you don't, if somebody's robbing your house, like, just let them in the safe. Like, you know? Like, oh boy. That's garbage. I missed, and now that's going to be rattling around on the floor forever and ever. That in there with the other ones. These right angle, low profile header blocks. I don't really see much use in these. I don't know what I'm gonna ever do with these. I mean, you think maybe I should keep them around? This video was about gun safes. Yeah, you can hack into those gun safes really easily sometimes, but most of the time it's either to comply with local law or it's like the bare minimum of deterrent. Yeah, I know. It's like if you're really hard pressed to make an SMD circuit and you want to put headers on it, like these came in the grab bag of stuff. It was like a pill box, a pill thing that was filled with all kinds of different headers and stuff, and chips and LEDs. That's where I got the LEDs that I replaced the power supply LEDs with, because they had some nice ones. It was like some orange and blue that was just like a little chip. There was a white LED that I really liked that had a translucent front instead of a transparent front. So it lit up white very brilliantly in and of itself. Yeah, I think maybe the SMD headers I don't keep. These are actually a drop-in replacement for, I believe, the serial to FTDI board or whatever, the USB FTDI to Arduino programmer board. So I want to keep those. Those are important because I like eventually will bend them, and then it doesn't ever bend back, which is annoying. So hold on to these guys just in case, and then the rest of these are garbage, unfortunately. All but one of those landed in the garbage. You can count that as a drop if you feel like. It's funny, they've got these like plastic things that fit over the headers in order to help you, I guess, position it or something. I don't know what that plastic thing is doing there. I guess it's so that a pick and place can pick it up. But then they've also got these indexing pins on the bottom. Don't know what I do with those. These will probably give it a little strength when you plug it in and unplug it from stuff. What'd you think about the time when the FTDI went and bricked all the knockoff USB to serial chips? I don't know the story. That sounds interesting. Is this one useful at all? Not really. Too small. Too small for my purposes. It is a little 4-pin header. I guess I'll hold on to it. Because if I'm ever in enough of a spot where I need something like that, I'll have one. Hold on to these connectors as well. They're not very useful without the headers. These two are. These are battery connectors. We're left with chips. Gotta find out what to do with chips. Let me put these extra diodes and stuff, capacitor over there. This is like kind of the miscellaneous bin of all of my surface mount stuff. So we gotta look up some chips here and see how useful they really are. They might be nice, but I don't think I have any business with them. Like, for instance, SD cards, or whatever they are, SIM cards. SIM card readers. No, I'm not. I don't fuck around with SIM cards. I don't do anything with them, so those are instantly gone. CR2032 holder. That I would like to keep. We'll put that with my big gold connector bin, just so we know it's there. So that leaves us with chips. I don't think any of these are useful. You know, using the fancy schmancy chip is never something that I like to do. And just using an Atmel because it's an Atmel is also out of the question. This might be a very nice CPU, but it's also way too damaged for me to really get anything out of it, and it looks like it's a little too comprehensive. AT-SAMS 70N20. Why can't they write like poopy butthole fun time or something on these? You know, something that actually catches your memory. Like I don't know. Like just do the XKCD thing where you look at stuff around your desk, and so you could say like push button tape Nixie would be the name of this chip, right? Instead of an alphanumerical thing, and then you could have like controversial stuff on your chip and see how it sells. Yeah, just something with just like a little bit of a twist to it. AT-SAMS 70. I mean, they were close to @SAMS 70N20. (32-bit) SAM microcontroller. Jesus. ARM Cortex M7 up to 300 megahertz, 16 KB of cache, simple double precision hardware floating unit FPU, memory protection unit, DSP instructions, embedded trace module. This is like a crazy chip. I love in the data sheets for these, their applications are like, use it for like a lamp to turn it on and off, and you're like, what? It's like an extremely powerful microcontroller. Embedded voltage regulator, single supply, low power sleep. It's got a lot of features on it, but it's a $10 part on Mauser. Oh my god, $10 for one. I can't keep this. I gotta throw this out. This is garbage. It's like 1,000. It's like 100,000 inputs and outputs. It requires a comprehensive amount of programming in order to use it properly. I don't think, I mean, I might get away with throwing something Arduino on this, although it would be a travesty. It needs an extra clock. Yeah, that's true. Chip shortage $10 or normally $10. Where'd it come from? This is from a SparkFun like grab bag thing that was sent to me by a viewer. And if that viewer's in chat, they can speak up. I'm sorry, I just didn't look up your name. I have them in Discord PMs. But yeah, this is way too much processor for me to even begin to handle. It might be worth $10 now, but the amount of excess hardware that I would need in order to run this chip and the number of I/O and everything else on it, I just can't. So it's not really throwing away $10 because this thing is so damaged. And it's from a SparkFun grab bag. It doesn't look like it was resoldered, because if it did look like it was resoldered, then I would say, like, maybe it doesn't work. But it probably works and everything. It's just, I'm not... Look, guys, I'm not penny pinching that hard to say, like, oh, this processor, even though it'll take me 6 hours to realign all the pins and I might lose a couple. And then figuring out how the hell to work this into a design, and then programming something for ARM Cortex M7. Jesus Christ. No, it's going in the garbage and you guys are never going to see it again. You know what? Okay, I can't actually snap a chip in half with my hands. It'd be nice though. It'd be kind of cool if I did. I'd look really macho. All right, that's just going in the garbage. Goodbye, landfill you are. We tricked a rock to think and then I threw it out. All right, what are you? This is the chopping block, by the way. We are throwing away excess stupid stuff that I don't use right now. All right, if that's an ESP, I might want to keep it. It's an ESP32, so that gets kept. How much gold is in that chip? Micrograms. All right, let me find a bin for this one. Jeez, I just dropped one of the bin things. Bin for the ESP. You're coming with me. I have one. Where's the open bin? Like, there it is. Eh. Now, is that what all of these are? It's another ESP, so yeah. Yeah, the ESPs are much cheaper, but they're much more useful. I don't know what support equipment you need for an ESP. You probably need a clock and a couple other things, right? Yeah, ESP 8266, which is just the one that I like. I also have some RF connectors that came in the same bin. So the one was a 32 and the other two are 82s. Huh. I can semi-work with that. If I really want to make my own ESP board, at least I'll know that I have some bare chips. Yeah, backup chips if I break some. It's true, true. What are you? Atmel. ATSAMD21. Atmel ATS AMD 21. What are you? 32-bit. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not ready for 32-bit. It's too many bits. Single cycle hardware multiplier, micro trace buffer, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Arduino. That's all I care about. Getting started with the SAMD21 Arduino, latest open tech. Well, I guess that's a thing. Look at all the accessories that it has, though. Comparing anything to the Atmega 328P is, That's a $40 a DigiKey. All right, so the chip shortage is having an effect on, It has a USB controller, a DAC. All right. I'll hold on to it, but I don't think I'm going to be doing any projects with it. That's kind of the problem. I'm going to put the I'm going to put these with the ESPs. Because, like, one chip does not a project make. If you fuck up this one chip, especially right now, in that I need to pick it off of the desk and put it back into the bin, like, why did it end up in this SparkFun bin if it's such an expensive chip? This one is a different chip. What is this one? And it's like, these kinds of chips aren't exactly ASICs, so if something goes bad, I can't just swap in a new chip, you know? Yeah, I would like to play around with, like, USB host stuff for the, oh, really? The Atmega 328P, of course there's one in here. This is the workhorse. This thing is awesome. Atmel Atmega 328P, AU 1642. 328P AU. Good chip. Good to have around. Now, I've got a stash of these, so I'll just add that to the stash. I just gotta find it. Bum, 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 bum. Let's just technically start, right? Metronomic. Sorry, pause. Face. Hi, my name is Obother, and I'm noodling around in the shop, wasting my life. We're looking at stuff that came to me from a user from, I forget the name, and I could look it up. I think they might have changed their Discord name, so I don't know if I have a handle of that anymore. They can speak up if they're in chat. But they sent me a bunch of stuff. They sent me some test equipment and a pill bottle that was full of just parts, like surface mount parts. And over the past couple days, I've actually been going through those parts and organizing them and getting them to the right place because I needed cool looking LEDs for the computer project that we're working on later today. I have the 3D printer running. It's not in view. That could be in view. I have the 3D printer running, trying to make the last couple parts on this. Sorry. Okay. That was a hoagie coming back. Hoagies can sense when you're trying to talk with any sort of like a theater voice, and then they start punching your esophagus. Anyway, so the 3D printer is running some of the parts that we designed yesterday. I am not terribly confident in those parts, but if the design works out, at least just from a decorative standpoint, I'm willing to call that done and then use that same style on the other panels that need to be mounted to this thing. It doesn't need to be necessarily strong, but it would be nice if I poked this thing with my finger if it didn't disintegrate. So we'll take a look at those parts when they're done printing and see if we can whip up something in order to mount them. And then, like I said yesterday, I want to get to this carbon fiber plate right here. I want to cover it in my blue. I mean, I want to cover it in this stuff, in the blue tape, so that I can actually mark out where all the stuff is, so that we can actually get it on the pillar drill and start drilling some of the necessary holes that it's going to have in order to carry wires underneath it, and so that I can bolt all of my computer to it. Now, keep in mind, this is still the same computer that I had originally. This is my old I call it old. It's my old gaming PC. It's an older Intel board on a Gigabyte motherboard that I was forced to buy because my EVGA board died at the beginning of a LAN party. We went to Micro Center. They had one mini ITX board that was capable of running my hardware. So we used it. That's basically why I have that motherboard. I'm not married to Gigabyte Gaming or anything like that. I have a whole nother Ryzen system that's like super modern that I can't use because the cooler has to be more than 1U tall, 1 rack unit tall. So I can't put it into this thing. It's too small. So I'm forced to use my old gaming hardware. But that's fine because consoles have pretty much been a boat anchor in terms of graphics capabilities of modern gaming. So all the games that I find fun will run on a Wii U. So anyway, and they're all only 4-player. Anyway, I wanted to get this computer project rolling because it was too loud. The cooling system was too loud. And so part of what we're trying to do is work our way towards redesigning the part of this computer that holds the fans up against the power supply heatsink. It's a custom power supply, runs 12 volts, a lot of 12 volts, and I convert that into motherboard voltages. So I was a little bit of a savant, a little ahead of my time in terms of this technology, because nowadays computers are talking about, hey, what if we like make just 12 volts? And power supply companies are like, Jesus fuck, finally. Yes, we want to just make 12 volts. You handle all your other power requirements. We'll just give you 12 volts like graphics cards. Well, that's the scheme behind my computer. The 12 volts gets split between 2 devices. The graphics card that takes the lion's share, and then the motherboard, which needs just like a trickle. It just needs a drip feed of 12 volts. And that 12 volts goes into a car, it's across the shop, a car converter that turns it into all the other motherboard voltages, so I can run all the other peripherals off of it. That's going to use like 100-something watts. It's not that much. And computers aren't exactly going up in wattage pretty steadily. They should be about the same, although they're adding more transistors, so I guess that's not really the case. No matter what I say, somebody's going to come up with a counterpoint for whatever I have to say. But yeah, that's the scheme behind my computer, and I'm trying to make it look good now. Before it was just, I don't have the example. Before it was just Makerbeam with steel speaker grill thrown into the space between the Makerbeam. So the whole thing was rattly, and it wasn't very, I mean, it looked good. I thought it looked really good, but it wasn't very, like, fine in the design. So we're trying to make this like a designer PC. I want it to look cool. Trying to get all the 3D printing right so that I can frame a hexagonal grill on this stuff, and so everything kind of holds together and it looks like a cohesive device. I'm really excited for this actually because I've been trying to do this for a long time. I've been buying parts slowly over time. I got the new heatsink. I'm pointing to it. You guys can't see it. I got the new heatsink for the power supply, and I machined it in order to hold all the modules and stuff like that. That happened a long time ago. So some of the challenges we still have, first of all, we need to do the test fit. Then I need to figure out how to do the panels on the side that doesn't have fans, and then I'll take those panels and I'll modify them to have fan mounts on them, and those will go in front of the new heatsink. And then I've got to figure out how to do the wiring. I made a circuit board for the wiring to try to organize it a little bit, but that needs some work too. But once those hurdles are, once we get over those hurdles, hopefully I'll have a computer again. Is not having a PC helping your sleep schedule? No. Actually, sleeping like absolute shit is not helping my sleep schedule. I had weird dreams last night. I had weird like horror dreams last night. It was a weird night. All right, so I'm going to keep looking through these bins. I'm going to try to find the Atmega 328s because I want to put this chip with the rest of them. This is the last of that SparkFun bin. I just have to get organized. So, I mean, we're just kind of like hanging out right now. AT Tiny? No. 328p AU. And there's coffee in it, of course. The bin that I go into the most, of course, is the one that I spilled coffee all over. Well, we've got one that hasn't been coffeed. I only have a certain number of these chips. Every now and then you blow up one of these things, and it helps to have Chip Quick. Chip Quick really helps replace these. And, you know, knowing how to flash the Arduinos as well. Bruh, same. I don't know, man. I had some weird fucking dreams. I had a UFO abduction dream that took place in my bedroom, which was even weirder because I woke up and I was like, damn, that was theatric. At Mega32. What? 32U4. This is from a different Arduino that SparkFun sells. Mega32U4, huh? Well, you're going with the 328Ps then. I can't throw out an Arduino in good conscience. All right, so now that I've gone through all that stuff, I don't have the garbage rattling around on this desk anymore. So we are still 3D printing parts. I guess we can get ahead of some of the design, or I can start to piece together some of the other hardware. But we will replace the little pieces that we made for the plate, so that the plate fits in a little bit more completely, and then I can cover this thing in painter's tape to keep it safe for the machining that I have to do. Now, machining carbon fiber is a particular beast because it creates dust, and that carbon fiber dust is insidious. It is a fine particulate carbon dust. You got to be really careful around it. Including wearing a respirator. So when I get to actually drilling this stuff, I'm going to have to take out the respirator, if we get to that today, which I think we will. Although my estimates of what we get up to are always bad. One thing I am also going to do is put one of these fans under the motherboard. So under the motherboard, and that'll basically encourage airflow around the SSD, which will be kind of crucial because I've got an M2 drive sitting on the underside of this thing. Those little parts bins have a specific name. You just go on Alibaba and you search surface mount parts bin. They technically have when tie written across them, but I don't know if that's going to help you find them. Man, that comes up so much. That's the chip in the Pro Micro. Okay. I thought we had a command for it. It's just I don't want to overwhelm the commands. It's starting to look a little less and less like we have a command for that. Alrighty, so let's get these things off of here, and then I'm going to plaster this thing with painter's tape, and then I need to put these back on. Oh yeah, there's a noise. How about that? Oh, that's such a good noise. You guys are gonna have to listen to that for a minute here. Huh? Apologies to anybody sensitive to that sort of noise. I wonder if I could have redesigned all of my stuff to use the silver hex countersunk bolts. It's oddly satisfying. I don't know about that. Yeah, I took these parts and I modified them to be 0.2 of a millimeter longer on the face that, you know, that interfaces with the rails. So when we put these back, I will size them appropriately. And if I still need larger ones, I can make larger ones. I actually printed out eight of these little pieces that were, what do you call it? 1 millimeter longer, which is way too much. Oh my god, I'm sorry! There's no command? Yeah, that's alright. I don't need too many commands around here. I'm gonna sneeze. I'm gonna sneeze, I'm gonna sneeze, I'm gonna sneeze, I'm gonna sneeze. I sneezed. Woo! This computer project was very much a sudden distraction, but... God, that squeaking is terrible. But I'm happy to have finally done this, because this needed to get done. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really pissed off about this cut right here. This cut that it was going so well. It was going so well, and then the cutting disc broke, and then it started to wander, and then it broke off. And then it went back here, and then it machined out a little piece of this because I replaced the thing, and then it rattled around and it hit this when I was trying to like cut off the end. We're gonna try to ignore that. I don't want to make anything 3D printed for this because it sits right up against the power supply, and I'm not sure how hot that power supply gets. What's up, Groovy? So, not sure how hot that power supply gets. I don't know if it's safe to have 3D prints around it yet. Ah! God, that plastic scream. I got the 3D printer printing out the last of, not the last of, rather, the probably second to last of parts that are needed for that setup over there. Now I'm thinking if this doesn't work out, I might want to do it where it's just one piece with like a gap in it that the grid will fit into, and so when you get all 4 of them on there, it'll hold the grid in place. But that's the way it used to work, and it was rattly, and I didn't like that. I kind of want to have the screws putting pressure on the grating. What doesn't help this is that this is a giant speaker. So the tiniest of vibration is going to be translated into a screaming noise. All right, so let's protect this thing. I think I need to do both sides. And then I need to cut out or punch out the screw holes, because this thing is going to be on and off of the pillar drill, which while it does have, or will have a piece of wood to go under this, I could still scratch it by moving it around. So I am going to double-sided tape this thing. I'm really considering whether or not I want to go all Project Binky on this thing and like have all the wire runs have special hold downs. Yeah, exactly. Seen videos of people hooking up speaker exciter large boards to insulation foam. Supposedly they sound really good. There's like a market for those things in high-end speaker systems, right? Where you have these like things that just go on the wall. Here, I'll just overlap the edges because I'll just drag a knife over that. This tape was like really cheap. I don't know if I like it. It was just very wide. I was going to use it for 3D printing, but I ended up going with glue. Always go back to glue. What's up? Nothing's working. I always seem to go back to glue for 3D printing. Nope. Nope. Go. .3D printing and glue. Are you doing glue stick or spray on? I do glue stick, and I clean it every couple of prints. Every couple of prints, the PETG will start to wander off of the bed and not really stick all that well. And so what I do is I just put it under the sink because I've got a metal plate. So I put the metal plate under the sink and just brush it off with my hand. And then I dry it with a paper towel. I use the same paper towel for multiple prints until the paper towel gets gross. Just because I don't want to waste that. You know, I don't want to be too wasteful with my 3D printing. So I'll wash it off under just a tap water in the sink, and then brush it off with the paper towel, and then that lets it dry, and then I'll take a glue stick and I'll just go boop, 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 boop over the whole thing again, and then I get 4 or 5, maybe 3 or 4 prints out of it until I have to do that again. No. Sugar water? What the fuck? No. No. What's wrong with you? People are crazy with the 3D print. Man, just, you know, just control what surface people are looking at. Make your bed surface something internal if you can. Just put a location pin on it or print on a raft or man, like I use PETG, so any support material does not come off very well, and it kind of gets really annoying like that. But when I design the part, I'm thinking about which part is actually going to be visible and try to put the flattest parts on the bed and keep those out of view. That's where we came up with this whole scheme of having a piece that actually, yeah, that's how you get ants. That, I mean, like, man, weird. People are weird with their 3D printing, aren't they? Starting to become like a little holistic on that shit. We're gonna have MLMs selling you 3D printing products. Don't trust doctors. This 3D print material is the best. It'll align your chakras. Oh boy, those are... I didn't really stick this on very well yet. Come on. There you go. This is the bad edge. That's why it's not dragging across there as easily. Come on. Oh, God, this is going badly. Oh, come on, you fucker. It's because there's so much tape on it. Hold on. If I pull it taut a little bit, it'll cut better. Just gotta watch my fingers. Actually, what I really want to print is I need like a filament guillotine. I need something that'll hold a razor blade and chop it down on the filament, so that I can have a way to cut a blunt edge of the filament when I change colors. Yeah, that's what I just need to search it. I need to just find it on Thingiverse. I needed to hold one of the single-sided razor blades that I use, not double. Geez, like shaving, if you're talking about like shaving products and you're trying to save money shaving, like, Jesus Christ, just go to the double-sided German super-de-duper blades that are like $1 for like 5,000 of them, and they are incredibly sharp, and then you can just get a nice old-fashioned double-edged razor holder. You just got to be careful in those first couple shaves, because they're not safety razors. Snoopy P. Snoopy P. Subbed with Prime. The board is off at the moment. I will turn it on in just a second. So let me just finish what I'm doing, and I'll turn on the board. We'll get you up there. Snoopy peep peep. I don't gatekeep shaving. Come on. I watched a YouTube video this morning of an idiot testing and reviewing a robot vacuum cleaner and thought it would be smart to throw down sugar. Oh boy. I mean, it's going to encounter some stuff like that, right? I don't get all the weirdness about 3D printing, you know? I've kept it as simple as possible. I've kept it as simple as possible in that I can just print on the bed itself too. You know, putting down sugar water to print over is not a great idea. Elmer's glue washes out. All right, let's put Snoopy P on the board. Man, that's a hard name to say for some reason. All right, let's put you up on the board. Let's put you up on the board. Where's the camera? Where's the camera? Camera's over here. Camera's over here. Snoopy is in the database. Looks like it's gone rain. All right. Beep. Yeah, it's looking like rain out there. Looking pretty gray. Pretty gray and rainy. Oh my God, is that a fence? Father lore unlocked. Who dat? Markin Sutton subbed for 10 months as well. Thank you so much, Markin. I appreciate the subs. There are like parts on the floor that I've dropped, and I keep kicking them around, and they keep making rattling noises. I'm gonna be at my wit's end soon. I think I need to mop the shop. Tomorrow is my day to like catch up on like real life stuff, like folding laundry and shit. So maybe I'll mop the shop as well. But I'll also probably be 3D printing all day. Snoopy, welcome to the board. You're by President of Mars. I can't say it without hiccuping. And Polar Junction, Wars Abers over there, Jacko Beans, St. Wiggly, you got a Poodmund, Nightbot. Use sugar water for nylon and ABS prints. What? See, I used to print on the glass bed with PETG, but PETG is so sticky that it will pull up parts of the glass bed if you print on the glass bed, and don't allow things to cool properly before pulling things up. I had beads of glass, not beads, I had like shards of glass on the underside of prints. So with PETG, when you add something like glue stick to your glass bed in order to get it to print, the glue stick is actually a release agent. And the wonderful thing about printing PETG on something like a glass bed is when you do that, you can just let it cool off. And when it cools off, it'll crackle and it'll just pop off the bed. Which is why I was thinking it would be cool during the mask shortage era of COVID if I made a water-cooled 3D print bed so that you could heat it up very quickly with 120 volt. Mark and Sutton, welcome to the board. We're right above Fettinger and below the other Lone Star. And I nut in your... Nope, not gonna read that. Djibouti show's there too. Yeah, what I was thinking during like the days of the mask shortage of the pandemic, I was thinking like, why it would be interesting if you could water cool a glass bed on a PETG printer, because PETG is also very flexible and the layers hold together very nicely. So that makes a good mask, like, you know, glasses bridge for holding up a mask. And in order to manufacture them, it would be interesting if you took that guy's concept of printing on at an angle, so that when the part cooled enough, and you would do that with the water, the part cools enough, it just falls off of the bed, and then you can just start again. And you'd have to heat stuff up pretty quickly on it, and it would waste a little bit of energy, but you could pretty much like roll that into manufacturing. I thought that would be really cool. But even in just printing on the bed, just with nothing on it, and it's glass, the PETG would lift up shards of glass with it after enough time. So what I did is I got a magnetic plastic bed thing. So you get the big sheet of magnet that you put on the bed, and then you get the flexible sheet that you're supposed to print on that goes on that. And I tried to print PETG on it, and it stuck. It bonded with the plastic of the sheet. So one sheet, garbage, had to buy another one, put that on there, and then I got a stainless steel thing that sticks to the magnet. So it's actually a couple layers, and that makes up for the difference in the height between the magnet bed and the glass sheet. And so now I'm printing on stainless steel, and I can technically take off the stainless steel and flex it and pop the part off. But really, generally, I just need to just wait. I can just wait, and then it'll eventually unbond itself. But that also needs glue stick on it. The glue stick is necessary, not so much as a release agent, but because the coating on the stainless steel has come off over time after enough printing. So the waiting is the hardest part. Then the fighting's not so bad. Yeah, we're taping both sides of this thing because I can't trust it. I don't use my FDM printers much after moving to resin and SLS. Do you have dedicated space for it though? Because I find, like, I am reluctant to get into that because of the smell. Oh, that's convenient. Thanks for doing that, Blue Tape. I really appreciate that. Yeah, divots in the bed from where the nozzle's too low. Yup. That's why I like the steel sheet though. The stainless steel sheet is you have a workshop and ventilation. Yeah, see, I don't this is the room. This is my room. My only room. No, I also have a bedroom, but that's it. So, for me, having all those fumes around, would you I'm getting real fed up with your shenanigans. Hey, Farvo, what's that place you like with all that silly shit on the wall and the mozzarella sticks? We'll do halfway on this one because there was such a large overlap on that. We're just covering this up so that it's safe for the horrors of the manufacturing process that it's about to go through. That stuff got me sick the first day I toyed around with it. Oh my god, man. I know Three Mares has Twisted Sister's old SLS printer, but I don't think she's had a chance to mess around with it. You can print Warhammer figures, and then people can say that you're one of the millennials killing an industry or something. Oh no, it's not a large enough piece. Oh, god damn it. All this talk about 3D printing makes me want to print something. Well, if you were close to me, I would have a job for you. No, I'm gonna print all this stuff myself for this computer. This computer. It's nice though. The 3D printing is nice to help me make like fancy frames for everything going into this computer build. It's been really a good asset in that regard. Because I can make, I don't want to call them precision parts, but I could call them precision parts. And brackets and stuff like that. And we'll see that in just a minute here when I get all the hardware out and start actually putting it down on the bed. So we can determine where all the holes are supposed to go. Ooh, this stuff is stinky. It smells like a new house. Man, if we didn't have blue tape, where would we be as a society? Right? Blue tape is such a wonderful thing. I love you, blue tape. Say it back. Play Valheim or design a plywood box. Up to you, man. They both have their merits. Maybe you can make a box in Valheim. How about that? HBT? I can't play Valheim because this is my gaming computer. I'll get over it, but man, this is not supposed to take this long, and it's starting to strain relationships. Uh-oh, I just heard a noise that I don't like to hear. I gotta go check on the 3D printer. It just made a noise. Oh, I oriented these wrong. There's no tape under part of that. Oh god, and it's horrible. Yeah, okay, it failed. 3D print status failed. Your roomies are getting annoyed. No. All right, let's stop this. Cancel. God, I was 60% through. There's not a lot to print here, but I think I need to re-glue everything. So let me do that real quick, which requires me to go to the sink, which is in the other room. So hold on, I'm gonna mute. Well, that's gonna be hot as shit. All right, yeah, I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna go do that, and I'll be back in 2 seconds. Whoa, that's big thunder outside. Big thunder. You guys are just a minute too late to hear it. I went and got the mic to plug in just to try to capture the next one, I guess. Guess that's a big summer storm. Hopefully it doesn't take out power again. Fucking thing. If the stream goes down because my power's out, I'm just not going to continue to stream today. We've held up for the past couple storms though, so I'm not unconfident. I'm just inconfident. All right, so I'm going to do a big L shape on this. Technically, this should print directly to the bed, but the glue helps it out a lot. So I'm just going to continue to use the glue. Big L shape. And then I had the L shape oriented wrong for the last print, so. All right, so that just magnets onto the bed. That's all I have to do. That was it. That was the entire procedure. Now the next print is going to come out perfectly. Was that a sub? Was that a sub? Did you sub? How dare you? Fatanon gifted a sub to Freyumville. Who dat? What did I miss? Ah, new user. No raid message? What happened? Oh, raided with a party of 7. Hey, how you doing, man? Thank you for the raid. Yeah, why was there no raid message? Okay, sorry for the pop. Freyamville, welcome to the board. Thanks to Fatanon. Fatanon, I appreciate the gift sub. That was very nice of you. That would be number 169. Nice. By Taro is now following. Thank you for following. Who do we get a? Yeah, we got Maddie Chen 98 follow. And yeah, that was it since Mark and Sutton. All right. Oh my God. I got offered an EBM printer, but when I found out the printer they wanted to send me with an infusion machine needed 3-phase power, oh my God. Costs about 400 euro for the amount I need for the first print. Yeah, that's pretty intense. I would love to get one of those powder printers, but that's beyond the technology that I think any of us can reasonably have in our shops. Blop, 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 subzu woo. One nice gift subs. Anyone use lasers from Endurance? I have absolutely no idea. It's just Freya. Okay, well, Freya, thank you so much for the raid. Fairly small channel, maybe. First stream in a long time. Well, cool. Well, welcome. Welcome to my shop. I have a giant wall of subs on... It's an XY laser etching table. To use the word table, you know, as loosely as absolutely possible. But that laser etching table... it utilizes a Raspberry Pi and a bunch of Python in order to render the names of subscribers into G-code. And the G-code gets run and it gets burnt during my stream. So, all right, back over to here. Yeah, it really is kind of like a who's who of the terrible usernames on Twitch. All right, so we are covering a carbon fiber sheet in blue tape because I'm a madman and I should probably be put in a home where people can monitor me a little bit more closely. But anyway, I'm putting blue tape over this sheet so that we can protect it during the process of drilling a bunch of holes in it. And then the other thing that I've done is just prepped my 3D printer in order to print out parts. But the parts were oriented the wrong way. How could I have made this mistake? Well, it's easy enough. This is the front left corner of the 3D printer, and the L shape that I wanted goes up here instead of up here. So I need to take these, I need to highlight, whoa, okay. I need to highlight them, you and you, and then I need to Z them 90 degrees, 90 degrees. I need to Z them 90 degrees. I need to Z them 90 degrees, 90 degrees, there we go, okay. So now they're in the right orientation. See, just once, I just had to do it once. Just 90 degrees, that's all I need. So, just like that, and now there is Elmer's glue under all of that portion of the stainless steel sheet that I just washed off. That's literally all I have to do in order to maintain the printer and its printing integrity and quality. One of the things that I wanted to be able to do was just to print on that surface just as it is. And I think I might be able to accomplish that, but it's a little bit less reliable. So when I'm printing parts like this, stuff that I'm engineering, and I really want to put it together and get an impression of how the part is and like how it performs and whether or not it's acceptable in the design that I've created out of nothing. I want it to just work. So I'll use the glue on that. I have a glue holder that goes on those orange boards on the wall that I still need to install. It's like a little dispenser for the glue. I can't wait to get that up there. But anyway, so this is ready to go. I'm gonna slice it. I'm gonna export it using the G button in the corner, and then it literally will just start printing right away. Actually, let's clean out the directory because I don't, it's starting to get a little bit crowded here. So I'm just gonna delete all of this stuff, except for the one that's printing. There we go. All right, so Octoprint is gonna monitor this, and I'm gonna listen behind me for clicking noises, because that's the, I have Trinamic drivers on the 3D printer, and it's got 120 volt hotbed and a 24 volt hot end. That's a direct drive. It was a Creality CR10S, but I've kind of recreated the whole thing in my own weird twisted engineering mindset. So the only noise that it makes is every now and then you'll hear re from when it does like a big move, or you'll hear clicking noises, or maybe sometimes you'll hear the direct drive end struggling. It'll make little squeaking noises or something. It's like a little noise. I didn't do that long enough. God damn it. It'll make little noises, and so the nature of those noises tells me what's going on with the printer. If I hear clicking, shit's fucked. Something really bad has happened. If I hear that struggle noise, shit's fucked. It can't extrude. If I hear re, then it's probably working fine. But if I hear that re too much at the beginning phase, it means that the BL touch isn't deploying, and so it'll keep raising itself up and up. So those are just things that I need to worry about while 3D printing. Those are the nature of the noises that I hear. And I've very much dialed in that 3D printer to work to a certain amount of precision, a reasonable amount of precision for the amount of work that I want to do to maintain it, basically, right? So I'm very lazy, and I don't feel like constantly recalibrating and retuning my printer. For the most part, I've gotten it to work as a Control-P device, something that I can just hit print on, and I know I get something of a reasonable quality for what it is. And so catering all that expectation has helped me be able to use it as an integral part of creating stuff in the shop. But it's no Star Trek replicator, and it's not a professional thing, so we just roll with what we got. The Trinamic drivers make my printer pretty quiet. Yeah. Yep, those stepper motors can get loud because they're hammering away at square waves. And square waves are loud. It's an important concept in motor control design that stepper motors are, for the most part in the past, why is this not? Please cut. For the most part in the past, they were just like, give it a pulse on these pins, or a partial pulse or whatever, a micro pulse, and it will go to that position. And that's all you need them for. Well, in order to quiet them down without going into 3 phases, you can PWM your way to ease into the pulse. And that's what the Trinamic drivers do. It's not that crazy of a concept. It's just running at a high frequency, and then it pulses its way into the pin, or into the square wave, right? So from there, oh, there's a big thunderclap outside. From there, I mean, that's all he did. That's all he did. They just pulse in to the driver. And so you ease into the next step, and that quiets it down significantly. OctoJ is quite annoyed that I used the Trinamic drivers because he liked the noisy board. When the board was noisy, it made all kinds of cool noises when it was moving around. But I couldn't live with that in my shop, Square waves have large spectral content. Yes, they do, yes. Yeah, if you're pulsing something with a square wave, you can create a lot of RF. But audio-wise, it just means that the coils are snapping at stuff and makes noise. Noise. God, it is kind of balmy in here today. I don't have the AC running as much. Trying to save some money after that heat wave. I'm trying to save some money after the heat wave, and here I am, like, using up all my blue tape. I've had work meetings while my printer's been printing things on my desk. Yeah, once you get rolling, once the print gets rolling and everything is attached to the bed, it is so nice to have a quiet printer. I'm gonna be putting away stuff a lot during this process, just because I am over cluttered. I'm over cluttered with stuff while building this computer, and I need to keep it under wraps so that I can continue to work with it properly. And I don't scratch things and break things by virtue of it being... So finding the screw holes is just a matter of pressing into the plate here. So that I got a perfect little screw hole that I can now cut out. I have the gonk stuck in my head. That's the bad edge, is it? No, I don't think so. There should be screw holes in this one. Yeah, they're there. So what were you guys doing over there on Freya? What does Freya do? I do not know these people. Freya did not have... Was that a first time? That was a first time message, so... At least insofar as Twitch is concerned. Neither of us have ever heard from Freya before. If anybody's left, all 7 of them have fucked off. They're like, this shit sucks. I'm out. Where's the screw? Wait, there's one here very clearly. Where's the next one? Okay, there's one here. I thought I did 3 on this. I guess I'm wrong. I'm the one who's wrong. Okay, so there are all the screw holes, at least impressioned. Looking to get into hardware. What kind of hardware? Hey, Cygnus. How you doing? How you doing? Welcome to Philadelphia, by the way, everybody. Do it. Hardware is fun. Yeah, Celia knows what's what. She knows what's good. Okay, this knife is pissing me off. I don't know if it's gotten dull. Maybe I need to replace it. It was just a scalpel blade. But yeah, I'm going to try to cut out the screw holes so that we can fully install this. And then we're going to lay the computer hardware on top of it so that we can mark out where everything is. And then I'll take those marks and I will also supplement them with measurements and numbers, now that we have the blue tape as a canvas to work upon. I want to use the pillar drill for this because hand drilling these was a disaster. That really didn't work out very well. All the stuff that I tried on that one stream when I was panicking to get this done as soon as possible kind of didn't really work out. I could redo it all, but I don't feel like setting up that jig again. It was a good jig, but I don't really want to... Man, I need something that cuts in a straight line better. Maybe I just need to redesign that jig. And I also want to take my circular saw, my handheld circular saw, and I want to mount it to another bearing system that'll allow me to do straight miter cuts with it. I'd love to build a new PC, but I can't find a graphics card. Yeah, you and me both, buddy. I have an entire Ryzen system, like a top-of-the-line 5950X Ryzen system with really good RAM that's just sitting because I don't have a graphics card for it, and it won't fit in this computer mod because this computer mod is not even 1 rack unit tall, and I have to use a 1U cooler on it. I can't do that with the 5950X. It needs to have a larger cooler in order to function. It will overheat. It'll overheat. It'll overheat one of those 1U coolers. You need like a 2U cooler at the minimum, and that's not going to fit in here. So I can't put the Ryzen system in here with my old 1080 FTW. Now keep in mind the 1080 FTW, my God, it is still an amazing card. I can still play everything, and so I am not really all that pressured into getting the Ryzen system up and running yet. That's going to be a big water-cooled ordeal. So I need to come up with... I have it in Fusion 360, by the way. I have all the hardware for it in Fusion 360, and I'm waiting to find a 6900 XT for it because fuck Intel. I'm so done with Intel. I was always an AMD fanboy. I saw a 1030 locally. Yeah, I'm trying to go for broke and get the super duper powerful stuff. I don't know if that's going to really... I mean, we did the calculations, and technically my custom power supply will work for that system. It's a little dodgy though. I might do a 3080. I might have to hunt around and get a 3080 for it. Although the 3080 uses a comparable amount of power, right? It's not all that much less. We looked at the specs, and it'll supposedly be supported within the power capabilities of my custom power supply, but I feel like I'm going to put all this effort into building the thing, and it's just going to brutally fail. I might need to redesign the circuit board to have 3 of the 50 amp modules in it instead of 2. 150 amps at 12 volts. That means I need to get a new AC input, I think. I think the AC input device would also have to be replaced. 3060 is all I want. I use a 1070. Really want to upgrade. Is it that bad? Because like the 1080 FTW, I haven't had any problems with it. I mean, geez, like computer games are so held back by console graphics that anything worth playing isn't really stressing out your average system. Yeah, 1080 Ti is still running everything I want. Exactly. Yeah, maybe the 1070 is struggling a little bit. Unless you're doing like the unoptimized Star Citizen demo. The ever-present unoptimized Star Citizen demo. That was a really sloppy cutout right there. I got thunderstorms rolling through. It's actually kind of atmospheric. I really would like to get that podcast mixer so I can toss a microphone in that window for things like a thunderstorm. So you guys can hear the birds chirping and the thunderstorms and stuff like that, because it adds to the atmosphere of the shop. And I hear it, but you guys don't. So that's one of my goals. I've got an old AT2020 microphone. Even though it's USB, I don't know if I can use it. But to get ambient shop noise into the stream would be good. Cheapest way to get a GPU right now is to get a pre-built. I think my 3070 cost me $100 over parts cost for the whole computer. I was thinking about looking into that, but I'm not in any rush. So I don't really want to feed all of the stupid ways. If I needed to get a gaming computer, then I would probably look into doing that, getting a pre-built. Because I could have done, oh man, if I'd just been a little patient, guys, I could have gotten a system that would run a file server that came with a graphics card that I could do for my gaming PC. Although then again, the old gaming PC could have just become the file server. I desperately needed a file server to store all the streams, which actually brings me to a point. I need to replace that hard drive like after today. Ran a Windows upgrade checker, and the 10 series are not Windows 11 compatible. Why do we need to have Windows 11 again? What's the draw? What's going on here? Is it because they bungled the Windows 10 pricing so much that you can buy a key off of eBay for $14 and they just didn't want that anymore? Or is that still going to be a thing? Because like, what is Windows 13 bringing to the table? All I saw was a supercut of them saying gamers over and over again, which fills me with dread. Linux is looking better and better. I don't know about that. Yeah, but it goes to 11, exactly. I love how that the sub that we repaired, the subwoofer that we repaired went to 11. That's like a necessary joke to make if you're making musical equipment. This stuff is not, I think my blade has gotten very dull. I only have one more to go. One more to go, and then we can do a little bit of assembly, and things will get a little bit more interesting. You guys will be able to see what the system is going to look like with all the 3D printing that we've done, all the designing of 3D parts and the 3D printing that we've done. This little piece of blue tape, please stop it. Go away. Okay, I got it. They're bypassing the CPU to take data directly from the graphics card. I thought it was from hard drive to graphics, which is a little odd. Is it going to help me mine Bitcoin? Kind of what it sounds like. But the 10 series can't do that. And is that really going to be necessary? Is that really going to be necessary, seeing as all of our games are at the hardware level of consoles? Because everyone who's actually pushing graphics only wants to sell for consoles because they're the larger market. I mean, I know Microsoft is releasing everything on Windows and consoles, but I mean, every single fucking game is either 4 players or 40 players, right? All right, so there's all the countersunk holes where we can mount the little rail mounts. Ah! Oh no, Linux is not a pain. It's the fans of Linux who are a pain. There's always somebody who has to get up on their little pulpit. I have to start pontificating about Linux when nobody fucking asked. You know? That's Linux. That's their motto, is nobody fucking asked. Yeah, if you've got like an old laptop that you know will run all the stuff you want it to run, you just throw Linux on that thing and it'll just work. Thunder in the distance. This is not screwing in. I should have widened these holes a little bit. I wonder if maybe I could just countersink them. These are the new I don't know, feet that are going to hold the plate to this rail. So I need them to fit. I need to countersink them. The countersink bit was running around over here. There it is. And I knew it was somewhere. It had to be somewhere. I knew it wasn't nowhere. It wasn't in the void. God, my whole fucking chat is now Linux talk. All right, starting these is kind of difficult because these are a little bit restrictive. There we go. Oh, there's that squeak. Fuck! All right, that's a drop. Where did it go? Well, I've got another one if I can't find it. I feel like I kicked it and it went onto the shelf of the desk. I don't see it. I don't see it. All right, rest in peace, that hex key. Probably came with something that I ordered a long time ago. Fine, I'll use one. I'll use another one that's just like it. All right, there we go. I can't lose this one, but... Oh my god. I got vaporwave aesthetics here going with the blue and the purple. Should probably find a wrench that goes around this. I don't know what... I think it's maybe 10 millimeter, which means I won't be able to find a wrench. Oh, man, that's a tight fit. It's good, though. It means it'll stay in place. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I'm going to try the 0.1 inch spaced ones first, and if they go over, then I'll replace it with the normal one. But I want the ones that are a little bit further up, because I guess when I drilled the holes, I got it wrong. We measured this very carefully, but no, I mean, I've got a screwdriver bit over there that does have hex key things in it. I could try to use that, but I printed a sleeve to go to hex to help me use bit as a screwdriver. Well, I mean, I've got the screwdriver with bits in it just sitting over there. So if anything goes any more wrong, I can use that. But I need torque. I need torque, so I need this. Oh yeah, I need to do... I'm kind of exhausted from the stream. Yeah, dude, do not stick around. If you raid, I know that you've just streamed. I'm not going to be insulted by you leaving. Have a good one, man. Well, man, I don't know who you are. I'll check out. Everybody, check out Freya Domville, Freedomville. Thank you for the raid. I will have to check out and see what the content is. If anybody else leaves, I'll find you. I'll hunt you down. You're not allowed to leave. You gotta stay. Why is this happening? This is new. I think maybe it's because it's humid, very humid in here. All right, keep moving, just keep going, because we're gonna get all this stuff together. Oh yeah, I should check on that 3D print. It's been quiet, and it's kind of like a toddler. If it's quiet, I should get a little worried about it. It seems to be warm. It seems to be made out of some kind of heat. Okay, the second one is on there. It's all the way up to the edge. Nothing has peeled up. It has yet to do the fill-in for the bottom layer. Bottom layer is looking a little rough on the all the way right area, but for the most part it looks good. I don't know why the auto leveling doesn't seem to be doing anything. Like, it really should have corrected that for auto leveling. I don't know if I need to play with the settings or something. Mostly software. Okay. Well, it's cool. Software's great. All right, back to me just sweating and putting this thing together. I would have been doing this on my own. I figured I'd throw up the stream so that I'd puke up the stream so that you guys could share with the pain of existence that is working in the shop. Yeah, Saturday stream. I also missed Thursday. Thursday was a hectic day, so at least keep my numbers up a little bit here, right? And you guys get to actually hang out and hold on and talk shop. Why am I sneezing so much? $2mm off in a corner of your print bed? Jeez. Yeah, the Octoprint has a plug-in that allows you to do bed leveling. And so it's been kind of a stream thing where people are having like a contest for the most level bed, even though nobody fucking asked. But yeah, they've been trying to, but my bed is even more level than your bed. It's like, all right. But anyway, I some of the knowledge being shared there also helped me level out that bed. There's not much I can do for it in terms of leveling. I mean, I could get some shims to put into it and try to help it out, but I think mostly it's the gantry that gets unleveled, because the X axis has two motors, and so those motors can get a little out of whack. I really wish they used servos in those things. No, it looks like that one gets an original one. All right, that one's about 0.2 beyond the thing. This will help hold the board in tighter, because I've been needing to alter these parts for a little while and just do a push-pull on one of the dimensions of it. I bet it's the same middle dip. Yeah, the middle dip. What's up with that? I just picked the middle ground where the corners are a bit squished. The middle looks like a little thin, and then deal with the internet trying to tell me my nozzle height is wrong. Yeah, I think that's a lot of it, is you just got to deal with the criticisms that people are going to give you, because they'll tell you the same stuff over and over and over again. And it's like, you know what? The print works. Fuck, I dropped that one. I dropped that one on the floor. If I print a functional part and it performs its function, beyond that, I don't know how much I can bring myself to care. Wait, this one is too far in. The other one was too far out. The difference should be 0.2. Had an echo, then I realized I had phrase stream open. That's cool. It's fun to get raids from people I haven't heard of before. It's like, whoa, what are you doing? I would love to know, I mean, without spoiling, you know, taking on the personality of other streamers, which I really try to avoid. I would love to know what some of the more popular hardware streams are on Twitch. Are there people who get thousands of viewers? I mean, there's Michael Reeves, but that's like a phenomenon in and of itself. I'm shocked about how many people watch Reeves. And I think it's mostly from his offline TV association, right? But he's got a very popular YouTube and he makes people laugh. I need to make a YouTube, but I don't want to like be him. Not that funny. But everybody's laughing. Why are you laughing at me? I didn't think I was funny. All right, come on. There you go. Yeah, like that's a little bit beyond the plate. And the other one's a little bit ahead of the plate. And the difference between them is 0.2. 0.2 should equate to that. That's going to push this whole thing off axis. Damn it. I'm in a spot here. Just be yourself. Yeah, there's something to be said for that. There's something to be said for that. Is it on the same size, or is it? I should have put a marking on these in order to differentiate between them. Because I've got 3 sizes out here right now. One's the original, one is a 0.2 extension, and the other one's a full millimeter extension. I don't know which one's which. I don't know. Oh, well, that one's definitely the 1 millimeter extension. Or is it? What the fuck? All right, hold on. Here, you go there carefully as not to disturb my layout. The screaming RC car. I'm not going to call that a Roomba. A lot of his projects, I mean, he gets it done, right? He gets the development done quickly. And as a result, some of the stuff he does, like basically the screaming Roomba was an RC car with like an echo in it that made the sounds. Which is one way to go about it, but it's not really a genuine Roomba at that point, you know? I think it would be cooler if it was a genuine Roomba. But then again, I didn't do the project. I didn't make the video. So he gets all credit in that regard. Some of these are 0.2 and the other ones are a full millimeter extension, and I don't know which one's which. Ah. And there's 8 of each, so there's no shortage of either type. I don't know which one I used. These kind of look like 1 millimeter, but they could also be... it's killing me. Yeah, these look like they're 1 millimeter. These look like they're 0.8. The one I used... I gotta get it out. Hold on. It's so weird because when I use the original one, it's too far. I use this one, it's too... I don't know. Just trying to make this work. I really should have put like a marking on them. Oh yeah, there's that noise. Okay. And then, God, it smells like a paint store. One I used is this one. Oh, that's not visible. My long-term project is take a Roomba and hack into a lawnmower. Yes Body Me has been doing that. He's on my Discord. And he's been hacking it is a 1 millimeter one. This one is the 0.2 extension. The difference between them does not strike me as 1 millimeter, but I'll use this one. Maybe it'll be the right size. But yeah, Yes Body Me has been working on a Roomba-style lawnmower as well. What hasn't that guy been working on, man? That guy has a lot of projects. Cool to see, though. It's great to have in the Discord. I like seeing the projects. You guys show me those projects. Keep showing me projects. Okay, let's move you guys out a little bit so you can actually see what I'm doing. These quick little prints of little feeties are there in order to hold this base plate to the Makerbeam frame. And they're just little tiny adapter boards that are just offset enough to hold this plate level with the Makerbeam, with the 10mm Makerbeam. Okay, this is not working. I need more turns. Come on, buddy. You can do it. There we go. You can do it. Okay, so get that. Aha. See, look, that one is way more even. Ugh. I shouldn't have mixed those two parts or printed them out in different colors because these aren't even going to be visible. Ba-da-ba-bum. Ba-da-ba-bum. There's some squeaking again. Probably find a wrench. Well, how much am I going to need it? Pliers will do. These don't need to be perfect. It's still off by like a tiny little bit. It feels like I could have used the original one there and had it line up perfectly. It's still off by too much for my taste. I wonder if I should swap in one of the old school ones. Will that be too far away? I can't settle this in my head, so I got to do this. It's okay. This will only take a second. Now that I know which ones are which. Yeah, that one's too far away. My God. All right, fine. This is the best one that I got. The original one was way too far away. Those mounts are just jealous of the Screaming Roomba. Yeah, I got screaming PC mounts. How about that? I think the screams were absolutely hilarious in that video, though. That was a great... I loved that. I loved how he was able to involve other YouTubers and stuff and get them to make death-curdling screams. And because it was an RC car, it was able to actually like slam into stuff. I don't know. I'd make it a little bit more subtle, but that's just me. That's just me, and I think he did a wonderful job. He's a great maker. Makes cool stuff. I sent out emails today to ask for material prices for a PC case. I'm scared. You will be. You will be. Yeah, that's... I mean, how do you source material out there in whatever, you know, hedonistic shithole you're from? No, I'm just kidding. You're in England, right? I've never had to do something like that. Most of the materials that I build stuff out of are based on internet searching for, like, Amazon places. I know there are places that sell, like, you know, sheets of carbon fiber and things like that, but I'm hard pressed to find them and have reasonable prices. You're in Hungary, okay? No, I'm not calling anywhere that seriously because that's a horrible thing. Shit. Ooh, the blue tape saved me on that one. Hedonistic shithole. I can't think of a more apt name for the... No, we're not calling any country that, because I don't believe that for 1 second. Fuck. I've ordered 20 by 20 profiles from a company a few times. I'm going to buy from them again. Yeah, I happen to find a place in New Jersey that sells the profiles that I like to use. There's going to be a gap here, if there's a gap on this piece. But I put... Man, I can't believe I did a 0.2 millimeter offset and they're too big. That doesn't make any sense to me. One of them was a 1 millimeter and those are just way too big. But this one's a 0.2 and it went from having the little edge of the boot under the carbon fiber to having it just barely in front. Did I really need to do 0.1 of a millimeter? Was I that close in my original cuts? Yeah, that is definitely a little step. No, listen, please stop. Please stop. I'm serious about that. How's the thermal camera holding up? It's been perfectly fine since we did the modifications to the enclosure. Yeah, I'm wondering if I need to, like, file that down a little bit, because that was... I'll put one of the originals in, and I'll show you guys the difference. That's so weird. If the original fits it perfectly, because that should be 0.2 millimeter. That distance. Ah, the squeaking. Fuck. Okay, hold on. I gotta put too much torque into this. Take that. And also, New Jersey is not a shithole, by the way. I'm allowed to make fun of New Jersey. I'm in Philadelphia. They're like our little brother. But in terms of like New Jersey's like a really nice state. They've got really, really nice, like, I don't know. It's the Garden State. I mean, it's not called the Garden State for nothing, you know? 18 toxic waste dumps. Like, that's nice. That's a nice place. It's the most of any state. Well, actually, that was like, I looked that up a long time ago, so I don't know if that's still true. Property tax is ridiculous because it's nice property. You got the Pine Barrens. Like, there's no finer a place to hide a body. Often wondered what has the best educational value over incoming YouTube or Twitch. Like watching streams, dynamic, but some streamers just waffle on and don't take you on the journey. I don't know, man. I don't know what other tech streamers are like. I try to stay away from them because I love them to death, but I just don't want to take on any traits of their content. I try to get stuff done around here, but sometimes I end up being the one who waffles. And then, of course, you get the same rants over and over again. There's a certain familiarity with the content that people, I don't know, seem to enjoy. And is that even? I guess that is even. We'll just film it. Where's the microscope? There it is. I mean, that's hard to tell. It's like there's a little bit of an overhang there, and I wanted to get rid of that, but apparently adding 0.2 millimeter to the two faces and dragging them out was enough to have it overlap in the other direction, which is a big no-no. Weird how that works. Most of the other science tech streams I've seen are mostly just programming or game making, watching animals. Not very many of them are messing with hardware. Hardware is expensive, I'll tell you that much. Hardware is expensive, and when you're streaming and trying to tell people every single thing that you're doing as you're doing it, you make mistakes. And people they fucking hate mistakes. Like, none of them will let me learn on stream. There is so much backseating to hardware on Twitch, and I try to fight it. I try to fight you guys to not backseat, but like, we had people coming in yesterday who were like, I'll teach you, little man, about Fusion 360 because I am the all-seeing, all-knowing Fusion 360 expert. You should know, little one, that you're doing this wrong. And it's like, shut the fuck up. Like, I need to work. Like, I'm building something that I've never built before, and I'm trying to come up with structures that are going to properly hold this thing and look good. I don't need people coming in and telling me that I'm doing everything wrong. When I've learned to do it a certain way, maybe there's some tool that I don't know about, but there's definitely a line between being polite and being an obnoxious, backseating, bossy bitch. And I fucking hate it. Anyway, it's none of you guys. You guys are fine. But yeah, sometimes people don't trust the streamer to know enough about this stuff. And so you don't see a lot of hardware on Twitch because a lot of people can't fucking tolerate streaming and building stuff at the same time. That's pretty understandable. It's like art streams. Yeah. Art streams where everybody's looking over your shoulder. I mean, programming is the same way. People who program on Twitch are a different breed. They're good at what they do, man. If somebody's doing a programming stream, like, instant respect. Like, I respect that because they probably have to put up with an order of magnitude of worse than I do. But yeah, it's tough because it's like I don't want to unleash my moderators, and it's hard to tell what kind of reaction I'm going to have to the backseating. Sometimes people will say stuff and it's a perfectly great suggestion. Sometimes people say the same thing in the same manner and it fucking sets me off. So I don't know. And sometimes there's a language barrier where I get a suggestion from somebody and it sounds pretentious and I'm ready to jump down their throat. That's on me. That ends up being on me for taking it the wrong way. Sometimes people say stuff just to be irritating. And when I yell at them, they laugh. So who the fuck knows? Why, you know, maybe there's something to there not being a whole ton of hardware streams on Twitch. But hardware is also fiddly, and it's expensive, and it requires a certain amount of training, and I have a feeling not very many people are making a whole lot of money off of it. I know I'm not, certainly. I'm getting projects that I've wanted to get done for years done, but it's not like I'm making any money off of it. You guys are helping to fund some of the stuff. But yeah, what I was saying is that, sorry, I don't want to let my mods off of the chain, because sometimes it's hard to tell when something should be moderated or not. They do a good job. They're mostly here to just keep porn out of everything. That's all we could really hope for. I don't want to stress them with too much responsibility. And then if you start deleting comments, people are going to get mad at the moderators for doing that. I check the arts and crafts section often, but never really anything that tickles my fancy on a watchable level. And it's just my time zone. Could be. Could be. Have you thought of Kickstartering any of your projects? No, because then I've got the responsibility of having to complete them. There have been some projects that have gone by the wayside that I've been meaning to pick up for many, many years, that I just haven't done because we ran into some kind of a hurdle and I didn't have the wherewithal to get over it. And that just happens in hardware sometimes. I could try to Kickstarter something, but I don't have a good enough idea of something to do that would garner Kickstartering. Like a thing that I want to sell. I don't know. Seems like I'm messing this up more than I'm actually helping it. I'm trying to get the size of these right because the holes that I drilled are kind of off by a factor. And so I've got two different sizes that are viable, and there's no way of telling them apart. I should have put like a notch in the side of some of them, or like a rounded end instead of a squared end. That would have been a good idea. Then I could have seen which ones I was using when. Oh well, live, laugh, love, right? I mean, live and learn, live and learn. All right, this. Yeah, I mean, it's like what am I bringing to Twitch? What am I bringing to Twitch? What am I improving on Twitch by bringing my projects to it? Part of it is just my personality, having friends to bounce ideas off of in the shop, being able to hang out with you guys. But part of it, wow, I really flipped that one. Part of it is also that I am not great at this stuff. I mean, I'm really good at a lot of stuff with this in this regard, and I've got a lot of experience, but I'm not good at programming. I'm good at organizing stuff. That kind of translates into everything. I've got a degree in engineering for whatever that's worth, but not everybody is perfect at this kind of stuff, and that's part of what I want to show Twitch. Say, hey, Twitch, not everybody's like perfect at everything. You know, like YouTube fucking lies. YouTube is a bunch of fucking lies. You bring love, death, and robots. I feel like that's already an account. Love, death, and robots. I should register that domain name. Put my webcomic up there. Yeah, need more torque. Is it a show? It sounds like one. Ah, God. Don't have that much finger strength. No. I caught it. No, I didn't. Ah, fuck. You guys saw that one hit the ground. Dirty, dirty floors. Yeah, Nomad got that one. Oh, God, it's so balmy in here. Which one was I working on? Huh, they all seem tight. All right, so partially, I think that might have helped correct some of the distancing issues that I had with these. So they'll hold on a little tighter. I still have to take them all off again, too. That'll be fun. But I got to take them off in order to drill the holes in this plate. Although, depending on what the what I put on the pillar drill, depends. It's already registered by the U.S. DoD. What the fuck? What are you doing, DoD? What is this? That scares me. What the fuck? Yeah. Welcome to our new defense project. Love, Death, and Robots. What? All right. So we got our plate. Nice and light. Let's get the 3D printed grid parts partially out of the way. We will be working with these in a minute. We've got 40% of a 1 hour print left. Oh no, print time left is 1 hour. All right, so we got an hour left on that thing. So let's put this thing aside. I don't know where to put this stuff because I don't have space. I don't have open space for this. I think I got a spot over here. Put that aside. Put this aside. You guys have discovered the fart buttons, huh? Put the tape aside. Put that away. And then we put the floor of this thing back in. Oh my God, what's going on? Chat, what did you eat? What did you guys eat? Like putrid. Something. These are eating weird stuff. All right, so this thing goes back here. I don't think I'm able to use that music. Speaking of DoD project, there's a video called Slaughterbots. I'm not going to watch a video called fucking Slaughterbots. Ugh. Sounds like a rad movie title, but, you know. Huh, that doesn't really fit very evenly. Problem is I can't attach anything to the top here. I could possibly do like a grub screw and then have like a little piece of 3D print on top in order to just hold that in place. Because these posts don't connect all the way and I need to be able to remove the top of the computer. Yeah, it sounds like a $5 Steam game. Made in the Unreal Engine using all of the default assets. I really think it would be cool if one day I could build a computer like this that was air-cooled, but instead of having the grating everywhere, it would all be sort of like futuristically shaped carbon fiber panels. And when you turn the computer on, they would all pivot out just a little bit, and those would be the vents for the air in and the air out. That'd be really cool. What happens when the bots get leaked to terrorists? Well, I don't think they have the means to... Well, they can be pretty advanced, though. Usually they'll involve, like, a satellite in that, and that usually makes them safe enough. Plus, why have Slaughterbots when you can just jam radio frequencies? Come on. These little countersunk screws are tough to... Wow, why is that? You start to learn how off square all of your stuff is when you start removing pieces of it like this. See, in order to get the bottom plate on reasonably, I need to remove this side and then I can insert it. Well, actually, you know what? I could have... Oh, no, I do need to remove the cubes, too. I need to remove the cubes on this side. This is only as straight as the workmanship. Why is that one so loose? Hold on. Why is that one so loose? What are you doing over here? I thought I hand tightened this whole thing. Weird. Weird. There, like that. Okay. And then the bottom plate here slides in like this. It's actually hitting up against the power supply, and the solution for that is to push it a little bit down and get it to actually go under the PCB. It could be because of the tape, but it could also be because I need to lift the power supply up a little bit, which hurts the ability of the top piece to go in. So that's not a good thing. It could also be that well, I could lower it by making these a little bit flatter. I don't want to have to do that, though. It's like a direct press fit. Yeah, see, just like that. I just push down on the plate a little bit, but now everything is starting to become unraveled. It's all coming undone. Like, that's not, it's not in there. What's going on? It's like it's too wide down here. Shouldn't be. Well, it looks like it is. That or the whole plate is the whole plate's crooked. That's what it is. No, maybe not. Huh. Yeah, it's this one. I need to put a smaller one on that. Ah, creaking noises. Crunch, 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 crunch. A part of it is also that the entire beam is being suspended on the end, and they're nothing is perfectly machined in this. Nothing is perfectly machined. So once I get that top piece on, it'll correct itself a little bit. But yeah, I need to get a shorter one on as this, so we'll take this one, that there. Not a perfect system, but it works. Beam cuts were made as square as I could make them, you know? Perfection is never achievable. Never. But if the beams were square, then they'd stand up truly straight. I did this on my computer and it worked perfectly. Okay. Creak, creak, squeak. All right. Yeah, that's a little better. Not much better, but it's a little better. It's the difference in those plates that's throwing them out. So what I can do is bolt on the end, and it's not going to be the best fit, but it'll fit. Okay, there's that corner. Make sure that those line up. Of course, that one's all weird. This one goes here. Everything's a little bit off, and that's probably what's mostly influencing this, but that's okay. If the bottom plate is under pressure, then whatever. You know, it's better that I get it done than I get it absolutely fucking perfect. And I don't know, people seem to expect everything to be perfect. I think the overlap in the feeties is affecting it greatly, but the rail is just bending a little bit as it has to go around that, because the plate was a friction fit before without the feet. So without the feet, it was a friction fit, but you could push on it and it would pop out. But that's all right. Still fits together. It's just a little weird during assembly. This one especially. And it might be a matter of loosening everything up and then tightening it down again, because it might have just settled in a weird angle. But this is still the assembly phase, you know? We're not done yet. I can still tweak and tune everything on this. This is all 3D printed and personally cut parts. This bar is going to have to come out again, just because we're going to mount the graphics card to this so that I can get a sense of all the dimensions that I need to worry about. It looks like I am going to have to do either a countersunk screw or some kind of piece that's going to go in the gap of the rail from the top of this here, because that's not lining up, and it needs to. What kind of CPU cooling will you have? You'll find out in just a second. I'm just going to go get the other parts right now, and we can see the result of some of the 3D printing that we've already done. So the concerns that I have are that I have a carbon fiber plate sitting right next to a 300-volt DC power supply, and I will have a grating on the top that's going to be a little close to that. The power supply might make a lot of heat, and in fact, if the fans fail, the 3D print's going to melt. But the fans shouldn't fail, and that's what everybody likes to say, right? You know, Jurassic Park, the rides shouldn't fail. They're not designed to. But if something goes wrong with the power supply, it's going to generate a lot of heat in a very small amount of space. And so the 3D prints are going to be under the gun there. I think they should be okay, though. I don't think there's going to be that much of an issue with that. Because, I mean, the Noct 2 is work, and I've had this power supply running for a long time now. During idle, the fans will turn off. They're not needed. But yeah, when heat builds up, this thing will be able to detect this thing will be able to detect it and turn it up. My only thing is that, like, you know, carbon fiber is conductive. The epoxy isn't, but the carbon fiber is, and it's sitting right up against this. But the outer edge of the board has a radius on it, and all the high voltage fuses are up here. All the low voltage ground stuff is at the bottom. So I think it should be fine. It should be just fine. I think we're gonna make it. I think we're gonna make it through this. But yeah, I mean, it's just one thing that I'm thinking about while I'm putting this thing together. I am going to run wires underneath in this little 7mm space that I've got. I mean, yeah, there are plenty of fuses and stuff on it for safety. It can't turn itself off, though. That's the one thing it can't do. But the modules probably will, right? Maybe. I would have loved to have printed like a structure to go on top of this, but we don't have room for that. So, okay, so the things that need to go in here are the graphics card and the motherboard. The drive is going to be underneath, and the other M2 drive is going to be underneath this somewhere. We got to figure out where, because we're going to I'm going to design for a fan, like just a little exhaust fan to sit under this. Just one little additional thing. You're not going to see it during operation, but it'll be there. Yeah, there's going to be 6 fans in these side panels here, and then no fan over here. The CPU cooler is going to exhaust in this direction. GPU cooler goes in and out the sides, so it'll probably be a little bit of a churn right here, but that'll keep this part of the power supply cool, as well as the rest of the heat, the hot air going out this way or up through the case or whatever. But this has been the way the computer's worked for quite some time now. So we've got to put the new face on the back of the graphics card. Here's the motherboard. Of course, I need to redo this plug too, because even that's a little scorched. I don't know about that scorching. Motherboard goes here, and it is absolutely as far to the right as I can get it. As far to the right as I can get it without having to drill into the Makerbeam. So that's all the way over like that. And there's a little bit of overlap in the stuff here. Arkansas, you should feel bad for that suggestion. The power supply requires a brick. And the brick contains big capacitors. Big capacitors. They're for the 300-volt DC line that's involved in the power conversion stuff. So what I've done is I've created a 3D printed cover for that. So that's going to go somewhere in this vicinity. And then I'll have to either, if the wire going under the board isn't long enough as it exists right now, I'm going to have to extend that wire. I have to make another one of these. The motherboard, or sorry, the graphics card, star of the show, has a couple 3D printed devices around it. One of them is a device which holds up the front of the card and keeps it from rattling around when I'm transporting, because the rest of the card is on a cable. It is on a 3M 16X PCIe cable. I am not going to put a hole in the board so that this can go under it. I mean, I could do that, but I would have to make like a trough that the cable can fit into, and that's going to be very difficult for me to machine out of the carbon fiber. The alternative is that I could, I guess, figure out where all this stuff goes on the panel and then find a place that could cut the carbon fiber for me, like a water jet place or something like that. But I don't want to spend that money. I just want to punch a bunch of holes in the bottom of this thing and be done with it, you know? All right, so let's get this beam off, and I can put the good back plate on the graphics card. And then we can start figuring out where everything lies on this. So I need to put this over here without damaging anything. Carefully. This goes over here. Big pile of computer nonsense over here, sitting on top of a bunch of mess. It's a bit of a mess. I think this beam is a little bit too tall. I might file it down as well. Come here, come on. Yeah, look at what it does. It's like bleh. It's so misaligned. What is wrong with this thing? This corner cube over here is like crooked. That's one issue. Hold on. See if I can correct some of these alignment issues on this thing. Oops, that was... I'm gonna have to go hunting for floor screws. Everything is all over the place today. So yeah, for some reason that sticks up a bunch. It might be the height of the 3D print. That looks like a good height. I don't know what's going on with that. What's going on with this? Why is everything out of alignment and like under tension? Maybe the beam is bent. That could be. It's always a possibility. The beam is bent. And then of course my workmanship in cutting these things is probably not. They're probably not exactly square on the end. Okay, so these guys here, this thing needs to go onto the graphics card. Basically, I had to find, and actually somebody in chat found, a back panel for a 10 series graphics card. I took the holes from that 10 series graphics card back panel and I translated them over to this thing so that I would have all the right dimensions on that. Then I had to find the DVI connector, make the appropriate hole for it, and space it just right with this little oval hole that sort of grips the other side of the graphics card. I think EVGA mostly rely on this back panel and this DVI port to stabilize their card like vertically, which is why having something support the other end of the card is a good idea. But this is PETG, so it's soda bottle plastic. It can withstand the heat. It'll very easily withstand the heat. It's a little flexible, but it's supported by the Makerbeam on all sides. Would it be a good idea to line the edges of your bench with those magnetic knife block holders? They catch any screw tools? No, that would be more annoying than anything else. That would catch metal files everywhere. Any time I did any metal filing, it would catch it. So we made a couple pieces for this. One is the power plug, which has big, thick cables and a 30 amp plug, because that's spec'd to about 30 amps of current draw. I'm going to need to redesign this. I'm going to need to put new wire in this cable. It used to be something that I potted in Sugru, and I had to peel away all the Sugru. I ruined my hands doing that. Sugru does not like to give up, but I can get in here and I can solder new wires onto this. Should I be a good Englishman and watch England play in the Euros? This is way more interesting, and I'm not being sarcastic. I don't know, man. You don't have the ability to have both on at the same time? I used to get on my friend's case. The friend of mine who's in Discord, I used to get on his case. Alexander Zone 0. Sorry, Ixander Zone 0. Thank you for the follow. Did I already thank Cygnus and Byriot? I did Byriot. I don't think I did Cygnus Sig. Cygnus Sig, thank you for following as well. I used to be on my case, like, as a kid. My friend would be at his computer with a black and white TV going, listening to the radio at the same time. And I was like, how can you do that many tasks at once? And it turns out 20 years later, I would be sitting at my computer with 2 Twitch streams going, playing a video game. Like, you know, he was a Renaissance man. He was way ahead of his time. So, like, I don't know. Do you have the ability to have both open at the same time? This is cool to see. Oh, I appreciate it, man. This is a personal mod. Most of my projects here are personal, which is a little weird, right? Most of my projects. I mean, we've got the tablets to work on for OctoJ. I was kind of waiting for the battery to come in for that so that I could properly work on it. And then I've got tiny RC cars that Groovy something sent in that I kind of want to look at. But most of my projects are just personal hobby stuff. It's weird, right? Because I used to work for the government, like helping the government do government stuff for the government. And now I do stuff for myself. It's so selfish. I guess there's a poetry in that. I have it on mute. Okay, well, that sort of works, yeah. It's worked. Man, I got a set of silver pens, and man, that looks really good against the purple. Holy shit. I should think about using that to, like, paint something silver on purple. I could do, like, an embossment of text and then use that marker to, because that's, like, that looks really good. All right. Look at that. It's like really striking. It works really well. Anyway, I'm not going to use this power plug anymore because I've got one that filters transients better. I've got one with a little thing on it. I also ordered a bunch of those power connectors because I like them. So I've got those waiting in the wings, but the one that I'm going to use is this big chunky boy right here. And what this should do, hopefully I don't draw more than 10 amps. Hey, Parzival, these hopefully don't draw more than 10 amps through this, but this will filter out any transients, and it's something that's suggested by the Vicor power module. The problem is, because of the size of everything in this, because of the size of the new heatsink, which is approximately the size of the old one, which is a little weird, but I don't have a lot of space in this anymore. And because I'm not putting the motherboard over the line, because I don't want to drill into the Makerbeam, so I'm keeping everything within the same size, which is a bit of a bad restriction, right? No way you're going to pull 1200 watts. All right. I always forget about the power calculations. We always do extensive and, like, really careful power calculations to make sure that we're not going to overdo it with our power, but get up to the line, which is bad. But I am never confident in our calculations in the end. So anyway, because everything is a little bit more squished in this case, I can't fit the power connector and then the graphics card connector. So I've had to combine them. And that's why I'm designing a new backplate. Otherwise, I would be making stuff that would just allow me to continue to use the original backplate on this. I'm very much opposed to modifying the graphics card in any way, shape, or form. Because that's this build. This build is my gaming computer that's like my commuter car. I refuse to do overly complicated modifications to my commuter car. And I now can't afford a second car, so there goes that hobby, which is fine because that was an expensive hobby. Making a mutant car. I would love to do that one day again. I was putting an LS1 in a Porsche 944. I miss that one. That's a bittersweet departure. But I'm treating this the same way. I really don't want to modify my graphics card. And it works really well for what it is, but what I'm trying to do now is get a design sort of worked out. So I'm going to have an aesthetic and a design, and that's 3D printed purple, hexagonal, black gloss mesh, anodized frame rails, silver, reflective anodized frame rails, and carbon fiber. And depending on the material, I mean, the brightly colored screws are being used on the carbon fiber plate, and then the pan head black screw, what are they called? Laptop screws are being used on all of the purple stuff. It's a hell of an aesthetic. But yeah, I'm glad to share it with you guys, because this has been a lot of work. We're getting to, I need to 3D print a couple more things. Hopefully we can get them to work with the rest of the system. Man, I'm glad that that works out almost perfectly. The only thing that I could possibly criticize is that I might want to make the tops of these connector openings a little taller, but they don't need to be. And those were copied directly from the plate and then given a little bit of a radius. And if I could push them up by 1 millimeter, but I don't think I can. Unless I push-pull the tops of these, which I don't know if that'll push-pull the right facets of the shape. Push-pull is an operation in Fusion 360 that will move faces around. Now here's one of the big problems, is that when I put this down in here, this right here, have you tried plugging in the cables? No, the plate's not too thick. The cables will still fit. There's a lot of wiggle room in cables being plugged into stuff. I don't have an HDMI cable that I can show you, but that's not going to be an issue. It's only 2 millimeters thick. 2 millimeter, there's plenty of wiggle room in that. They might come right up against the end, but I don't think they will. And I guess I could just put that to bed right now. I can just get, let me just get a thing. Let's just get a cable. How hard could it be to find an HDMI cable? Narrator. It was extremely difficult to find an HDMI cable. I think I got one up here. Yeah, here's a little shorty one. So there's wiggle room at the end of these metal connectors for whatever enclosure you have. So if I were to plug in an HDMI into this thing, the HDMI cable has a certain distance that it has, like, to stick out of the connector, and even this doesn't max it out because it's only 2 mil. I can't. The light isn't getting in there. Yeah, this is Short Lurker's HDMI cable. What was he? Was he looking for one or something? I don't know the story behind that. So yeah, that'll fit. I mean, that's the amount of wiggle room that they give you with connectors like that, because they don't know what kind of enclosure you're going to have on the final design. So they have a certain specification for how far they had. I wasn't really worried. We could go another 2 millimeters before I run into problems. So if I really need to make this a strong panel, which I don't, basically the graphics card just sits on gravity most of the time. So it doesn't, I don't need to make this battle hardened. The only thing that I am very concerned about are the scratches here on this cable. It's not getting through the cable, but it is scratching it in a way that I very much do not like. The reason that it's scratching it is because I have these Panasonic plastic, whatever they are, they're very special capacitors right here. Those are required by the power supply if you have if the capacitors are remote. So if you have to move the big capacitors elsewhere, you got to put these nearby. This is the only spot that I have for them, but it's right where this cable wants to be. This is metal. That's 120 volts. No, sorry, that's 150 volts DC. So I'm going to need a barrier between these. But I have no choice but to put this thing here. So what I need to do is I need to increase the bend on this, which is not what I wanted to do with this piece, but that bend needs to be as strong as it possibly can be without breaking this thing. This is a 3M cable, and it is very expensive, and it is very well made. I really like it a lot because it does its job super well. But yeah, I'm going to have to either I'll probably make a piece of plastic that'll go there. That'll go between the capacitor and this cable. Because it barely fits right now. And that barely fits there. And it sits up against it a little bit. Of course, that's because this whole thing is pivoting itself a little. Because of the weakness of the 3D print up here. What's the worst that could happen? Yeah, no. Yeah, What could possibly go wrong? All right, so the graphics card just sits on gravity, and I need to just like straighten it out a little bit there. Now, the front of the graphics card is not currently supported. Before, on the previous version of this case, previously on Oh Bother, previously on this case, I had a big piece of foam just sitting under this. And so in transportation, I mean, this thing could rattle around, but then we designed this. We designed this in Fusion 360. This is not the bottom of a wicker chair that I am so familiar with from my childhood for some reason. Remember those chairs that had like the mesh wicker on the bottom of them? Why did our parents think that those are awesome when they were like young adults, when they were our age? Ah! Everything's ruined. Anyway, this little mesh panel, the only reason that it's got mesh on here is so that it kind of like breaks up the 3D print, because it was the 70s. Yeah, I guess so. But this just hugs the front of the graphics card. So there's that. And so now if I screw this down, the graphics card can barely move around. I mean, it can wiggle a little bit. I could probably fix that in the 3D print, but I don't really feel like it. So this thing will just be kind of like held in place like that. So you can see my primary concern over here. Why can't I focus on it? And look at that. So I'm going to need to print, I might print just like a purple square sheet of material and just shove it right there. And hopefully it doesn't get too hot, because I don't like that at all. That's going to get arky sparky. I don't know how close. It might not. What is the, like, okay, arc, how do you figure that out? Arc distance. No, I mean, just a piece of purple, like 3D print. No. Distance, DC electrical arc per voltage. Open air gap. Yeah, there we go. High voltage arc gap. There we go. We could do this. Yeah. We got to the same cookies. Enter numeric value. 150 volts DC. It says 400 to 3000, so I don't think, yeah, calculator doesn't even work for that. So yeah, 150 volt arc gap distance. Sorry, air gap. Arc gap. Missing 150 volt. Maybe there's no arc distance and we'll be fine. We'll be fine, Chad. Everything will be great. There's no reason to worry. It's impossible to arc. No, I mean, there's two things that I could do here. I could either put a piece of cellophane right there. Just like a piece, the same, like slightly thicker clear plastic that's in computer power supplies and stuff. Or I can print something that's going to be a millimeter thick that I'll have to wedge in to this space. I'll probably do the latter. I'll probably do the 1 millimeter thick thing. Yeah, the question is, will heat dissipate on this side? Well, I don't know if there are any fans nearby that are throwing air in that direction. I wouldn't be able to tell if there were any large, fans that were just like right there that were going to be throwing air like directly in that direction. I don't know about the fans in that area. But assuming that there is some kind of a fan in that area, and the fact that the top of this area is going to be open, there is going to be air turbulence here. Need a few thousand volts before it arcs in air, or I need to do this. Boop, 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 boop. Which is where this thing, the piece of 3D print, is really going to come in handy, huh? Electrical tape isn't designed to be above 80 degrees Fahrenheit, so, pick your poison. I had a little piece of Captain tape there before, but there was more distance between the two. I'm really concerned about that, but we're going to roll forward as if we're not smart enough to figure out whether or not that's an issue. And I could possibly move this thing to the side enough that it's going to create a little bit of distance there. I do want the graphics card to not be off. I want it to be square to everything else, though. 300 volts says 2 millimeters for traces on a PCB. I would be hard-pressed to think that that's 2 millimeters. I think that's less than a millimeter, so we need a dielectric in there. I mean, a piece of circuit board would probably be the best thing for me to put in there, but that's on a PCB, and a PCB is held to different standards. So let me put this bar back in just so we get an idea of what we're building. You know, look at how far up that bar is. All right, let's do this, and then I need to get that floor screw back. Lonely Rooster, thank you for following. I appreciate your follow to this, my channel, to this, my Twitch channel. It's finally happened. Finally happened. Lonely Rooster's here. Our elevation? Does it also depend on like air humidity and stuff? I haven't looked up spark gap stuff in a while. It's the most efficient radio jammer. Maybe not efficient. It's just a very effective radio jammer. That's why motors are extraordinarily noisy. Because if you've got a brushed motor, you're essentially making a spark gap constantly. All right. Look at how neat and clean that is. Maybe we just shouldn't even install a motherboard. That's what I had previously. I had a couple strips of Captain tape over there. I want to avoid that because the Captain tape that we took out of there. Because remember, this is actually this is my old PC. This is the same layout and everything. I'm replacing some of the stuff with the power supply. I'm improving the cooling, but I'm also pushing it over a little bit and pushing this in a little bit. So space is becoming quite a premium here. You probably already know that. Your comment is eloquent enough that I think you understand. We've got a lot of voltage coming out of this thing, and I need to insulate it. And so I want to avoid something like, I want to avoid foam tape, and I want to avoid Captain tape. If I had silicon rubber, I would use a sheet of that there. If only I could do that. I mean, this thing barely plugs in as it is right now. I'm thinking what I want to do is just 3D print a little wedge and just stick it in there. This supposedly is not going to get that hot. Now, in practice, it hasn't really gotten that hot. I could try to push this over, but wait until we see the motherboard go in. Because I would have to reprint this part, which is a 4-hour print. I'm willing to do it again for the 20,000th time. You know, it's not like when you do iterative design. It's not that wasteful when you do iterative design of a part. Yeah, it didn't work out at first. So turn it on and see if your GPU gets shocked and dies. If not, you just saved about $2 a work of material. It's only risking a $700 GPU that'll close to impossible to replacing right now. Listen, I know, man. That's what I'm talking about. If I put just like a 2mm sheet of 3D printed material right here and just wedge it in, oh God, it needs to be like 1mm. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it'll need something here. You know, piece of plastic, piece of tape. I'll find something. That's what this plastic is. This is soda bottle plastic. I can just print like a 1mm sheet. I don't know why you guys are arguing about whether or not I should do this. I don't know if you guys understand. Like, it's not even an argument. Like, yes, I should do this, but I'm not going to use Captain tape because it gets gross. I don't have a silicon rubber sheet that's thin enough. I can 3D print just a box, just a thing, and I can just go and put that in there. My only concern is that this gets above the glassing temperature of the plastic, because this is not a high airflow area unless I run the overclocking utility and get these fans spinning, because these will turn off until this thing gets to a certain temperature. So will the fans out here. So yeah, if you guys are just memeing, that's fine. I really wish I could put this thing on standoffs so it's even more stable, but that's not going to work out because then I won't be able to remove it. It kind of sucks. It's almost like I should put this on standoffs, and then when I put the graphics card in, put it down and then slot it over, and then put all the screws in the front. That might be the way that I need to do that in the future. Unscrew this, move this out. I was thinking of putting screws on the top of this so I can remove the top, and then the way it fits in right now is really clunky. God, I hate that distance. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. I need a piece that goes on this whole thing. I might just do the clear plastic thing. A sheet of quartz, like in like old heat sinks for transistors. Recycling plastic is not as straightforward as people think it is. Technically, there are operations where you can take the old 3D prints and grind them up and then turn them into filament. And I've wanted to do that, but unfortunately, I have not been able to. Yeah, maybe a mica sheet. That would actually be... What is the dielectric strength of a mica sheet? That's going to be well above and beyond the Call of Duty for that, right? I know, I wish I could just bend the PCIe slot. I wish that was like a right angle slot. That's not doable, though. But yeah, there are devices that will grind up your old prints and try to turn it into filament. You can only do that, I think, once before it gets real bad. And it's not, I don't have the means or the wherewithal or whatever to actually do that with this stuff. These are just dead. They're just, I mean, they were like $1 each, if even that. Need some plastic supplements because the plastic doesn't like being reheated and will be more yucky. Yeah, that's what people think, that plastic is infinitely recyclable, and it turns out it's way less recyclable than everybody gives it credit for, which is kind of an unfortunate thing. All right, I'm just trying to, I don't know if you could call this hydration, but trying to keep my whistle whetted. Okay, 2 more things got to go in so I can determine where the holes are going to be. Then when that 3D print finishes, we can test out the top piece. Now I've got the motherboard on these standoffs that I found with the drone. This is from a Taro drone. Feel good dehydration, yeah. Feel good. These are orange, which means they're important to me. I like my oranges, I like my purples, I like my blues. You guys should know that. And the motherboard over here is blue. It stands to reason that I probably should have printed this stuff in blue, but I happen to have a lot of purple, so I went with purple. Purple and black and orange and blue. That's the scheme we've got going on here. If I had purple LEDs, by God, you know I'd use them. Now, I'm not married to this Gigabyte Gaming motherboard. The only reason that I bought this is because my other one frickin' died. And by the way, the screw that Flatulent Gonad kept trying to remind me about, that shit's gone. I don't know where it went. It went away. I'll have to find an alternate screw for that. The pilot knows, yeah, purple's nice. The orange standoffs are from a Taro drone. I forget what they were doing. They were probably holding up the all the electronics on the drone, but I've taken that drone apart. It was too expensive to maintain. It was like an 8-rotor monster. So, using those here, those put us barely above the level of these screws. So that gives us a good standoff distance. They're actually perfect for the job. They're just the right dimension. I can only plug in part of the motherboard power connector, and there's a little bit of scorching on this side of it. I may need to remake this connector. I may need to use different, I don't know if I can use different plugs, but that scares me a little bit. I've found a lot of scorching in the plugs after the fact, because I kind of pushed things a little bit far in terms of the amount of current that everything can handle. The computer never lit on fire, but I had one incident where it got a little too hot, and that's what made me put the hobby connectors in. So motherboard in like this. God help me if I need to plug in additional USB. I'm pretty much just going to have to run a hub that is directly behind this computer to plug in all the different USB things. But this is approximately where I'd like this to be. I could push that all the way up against that end there. Just so long as, yeah, just so long as these two are inside of the carbon fiber plate, enough that I can put a hole into the plate without ruining it. Which, boy howdy, does that not leave a lot of room. Like, as much as I'd like to get more of a gap for the cable, I mean, I think I could maybe push it over 1 millimeter or 2. once we establish where the holes go. Because if that cable is sandwiched up against these two devices, I think that's okay. And that'll give me that little extra air gap over here. I think I need to do that. I think we need to move it over by 1 millimeter. That's really pushing it though, man. That is really, really pushing it. Plenty of space for adjustment. You guys have your face stuffed in it right now. You don't know distances. Your Twitch chat. What do you know about distances? What does Twitch chat know about rolling in the deep? When your brain goes numb. Okay, so maybe we have 5 millimeters to deal with. I'm gonna say 5 because look at it, it tapers outward. 30 pixels. 3D pixels. And that's not even with things like squared away. Like this'll wiggle around. I don't know if the motherboard is hitting up against, it kind of is. Yeah. I think it's probably about 5, just because this the fillet on the edge, or the chamfer, or whatever you want to call it, it kind of tapers out as the board goes down. So I think what I need to do is I need to print out another one. I need to print out another back panel, which means I can't cut holes in the bottom of this. This is how this is going. It's like every 5 minutes I need to do a new print for this thing, because that cable's not going to take up that much room, and there's nothing really that sensitive in this area. I'm just going to have to make it do the bend a little bit better, which is easy enough. It would especially be easy enough if I wanted to take up a lot of this extra cable by having this thing go below the carbon fiber, but I'm not going to do that. I know, I need more 3D printers. Don't we all? But the problem is, you know, it's fine. This is just, I knew what I was getting into. So I can move this thing over, let's say 3 millimeters. That's really pushing it. That is really pushing it, actually. What do you guys think? Is 3 millimeters a little bit, 3D printers are like guns. You always need N+1. At some point, I'll show you guys optics for my guns, but I can't talk about guns and 3D printers in the same sentence, or else Twitch will throw me in a volcano. Are the RAM heat sinks homemade or factory? There's a factory. Yeah, I've ordered some Hollow Sun stuff that's not even released yet. I can't wait. It does, yeah, that's exactly why we're talking about it, Lonely Rooster. That's exactly it. Yeah, 3 millimeters to the right would give me 3 millimeters to the left, which we desperately need. So I've got to do it. I've got to do it. I don't have any choice. So yeah, let's take a look at the Fusion 360 files, and I'll make those adjustments, and you guys can see what we're up against. Throw you in a volcano? That would be illegal. Yeah, and then this thing also. This is the brick for the what you call it, for the capacitors. So I want that to be approximately here, and then eventually down the line, I will design a purple enclosure for this that will bolt from below and hold these 2 Nixie tubes out. So it'll be this with the grid paneling style, just like this, that'll bolt from below and hold this thing out. And that's going to go right here in the case to make up for the sort of the no man's land space that's around here. So I'm going to put that here. I might put an LED behind this to make it fancy, and then carbon fiber panel here. I have to figure out how we can mount the carbon fiber panel to this little area, and that'll be the 2 power switches, which I want to drop down below this board, have them pop up over there. What'll the Nixies show? The Nixies will show, and I think what I want them to show is current going from the power supply. In order to do that, I have an additional chip that I can install. It's a current sensing chip, and I've got these 2 big low ohm resistors on the power supply. So the same thing that I described with the key lock and how they reverse engineered it is how this thing, this chip right here, senses current. So I'll have that analog voltage level that'll go, I guess, probably down and over to the Nixie tube thing. Probably a 2-pin cable. I can have a voltage level and a ground go over to the other thing. I got to be careful with that, though, because I really don't want any disastrous stuff to happen. But yeah, voltage level and a ground instead of it going to that microcontroller. Because my thought originally was that I could have the amount of current that the power supply uses spool up the fans early. But in posting about it on Reddit, people were like, you don't really need to go through all that. That's like way too much. I'm like, all right, fine. So as much as I'd love to fully redesign that board, I'm not going to do it. That's out of scope. But yeah, let's move this over 3 millimeters. It's way too close. What are you looking at me for? My hair is like falling down because of all the humidity in here. That was the view that I was supposed to have. I clicked the wrong button on the Stream Deck. There we go. Okay, yeah, we need more space between these because I can't even. We need to leave room for the Lord. All right. I've been trying to 3D print a toy gun for my son that functions like a real gun, with a slide that moves in a magazine that he can drop out. He's played so many games in VR. He loves guns now. Make sure you print it out of like orange or something like that, just so it's very well known that it is not real. The problem is, yeah, I mean, Nothing's Working does that a lot in my Discord. He builds cosplay guns out of 3D print. Since when has out of scope stopped you before? Listen, it's because I no longer have the parts in Fusion. I had those modules modeled up and like perfect. I guess I could probably model them up again. No, don't tempt me with this. I'm not gonna. I could probably do a lot of stuff with the design of this board that would improve it. I was originally like, what if I put a carbon fiber cover over top of it? And I'm like, oh, carbon fiber conducts electricity. That would be really bad. And what if I 3D print a cover over it? Oh, it gets really hot sometimes. 3D printing is probably worth avoiding. So I kept it open air, but thinking white, but orange is better. Don't do what? Redesign the board? Yeah, I'm not gonna let sleeping dogs lie. All right, so this design is so cursed. I really hope it works out, but it is so cursed. It's such a thin spanse. Nerd sniping the stream. But, I mean, I still need to print out these parts here. Well, right now, what it's printing is the bottom piece for the opposing sides. And then I need to do a print of 4 of these pieces right here. And we'll see if this works out. It could be that the thinness of the part is not going to be a big deal. The thinness and the weakness of the part's not going to be a big deal. But if I need to, I may need to make a thicker part from these. I didn't want it to be a big feature of the whole thing, but this is not strong in PETG. It's very flimsy. But I mean, if the grating is held down by this and the corner, I just center clicked and it just took me back to an original view. Weird. Anyway, why is it doing that? I've got scroll wheel issues with. I just put the new mouse on this computer, so I need to work out like how the scroll wheel's working and the X and the Y tuning. I hate that new mouse feel where you're like, things don't move quite right and it's not as heavy as it used to be. But anyway, if I can make this work, that'd be great. The prints don't look that good. I may need to make this thicker. That's my assessment of this. The print is finishing, so we should be able to take a look at it in a little bit here in about 5 minutes. Well, 10 minutes, because I want to let it cool in the bed a little bit. What I do is I let it cool in the bed, and then I take that giant scraper, and I just sort of trace it as low as possible. Yeah, heavy mice. Heavy mice are so much better. I don't know, they're just easier to move accurately. I might pop this one open and put a weight in it. I've got a weight from a cheap mouse that I might put in there. I use wireless with 2 AA batteries to be heavy. Yeah. Yeah, and then, well, it's, you know, we always bash a product. We always bash a product that puts weight inside of the thing in order to make it feel more expensive, like a portable drive that has a giant bolt hot glued into it, and it's just like a little USB drive. Like, we make fun of that, But let's be honest, in certain consumer products, especially human interface devices, a little bit of weight actually helps it out greatly. If everything was weightless, we'd have a lot of trouble with it. That's why lightsabers are dangerous weapons. But anyway, that's not the only reason lightsabers are dangerous weapons. But I mean, if you have a weightless blade, there's no heft to the swing. People are like, oh, but there's resistance against the air. All right. Okay, anyway, back to Fusion. Bop. Bop, 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 bop. This is the bracket. This is the bracket. It's not quite purple in CAD. It's a little blue, just because those are the colors that I have to make. You can do custom colors. I just didn't bother with it. This just makes it look a little bit more like the end product. So what I need to do is I need to move this, the grids, and the connectors left 3 millimeters, we said. Yeah, resistance from the air, from something that cuts through 2-foot thick steel like it's butter. It's because they use the force to make it feel like a real sword. They use the force to make it swing like it's a plastic sword that gets an effect in post. So I need to move this thing 3 millimeters. How do I do it? Well, the problem with that is a huge screen name. I'm gonna call you Wackelman. Weight also helps with dumbbells? No. I can do like 600 reps. Anyway. So when going into a part like this and editing it, I need to think about how this part was made. And I need to go back to the steps, what place all this stuff. There's a big problem with that. There's something I should... geez, that's going to take a little while. Pietro Sullis Zwackelman. Let's put you up on the board because there was a generous gift from Fatanon. And you should be especially thankful, Pietro, because Fatanon gave up 169 gift subs for this. He gave up. He gave it up. He had the number. He gave it up. I'm going to miss that number. Let's see how long Pietro takes to place. Oh no, the board is broken forever, and we can't do that right now. Oh. Oh. That's not looking good. If Pietro Zwackelman broke the board for the final time, keep in mind it is just using random numbers, so there it is. Even if there is a perfect space for it, it's going to take it a while to find it because it's going to be evaluating all these wrong sections. So there may be plenty of spaces that I could actually place in, but it's just going to take a little bit of time because of the guesses don't rule out locations. It is simply just random. Oh, my ceiling tile is going to fall on my head at some point during this stream. One of the corners is lifted, which means the whole thing is about to fall. There you go. Pietro, let's put you up on the board. Oops, that was the wrong focus. Man, you got slotted in right there by murder bits. That's a little alarming. No, it's okay. We'll be all right. Yeah, that's just a very long name. Those are going to get much harder to place in the future. But I mean, I can see spots where it's going to fit still. Okay, so. Yeah, and it actually didn't collide with anything, which is very interesting. That's a nice spot. That worked really well. There's no intelligence for it to do that. It just tries spots until something doesn't collide. So the longer the name, statistically, the longer it's going to take to place at this point. But there are lots of spaces for a name that long. I can see tons of them just in this shot right here. Good stuff. All right, so I need to move this thing over, but I need to think about how I built this originally. I should have thought, I should have had a time machine, and clearly had the wherewithal to realize that I should have put measured distances for for all the sets of the holes so that I could change that measured distance and then Fusion would work it out on its own. I didn't do that. And I could probably still recreate this part. I could probably still retool this to do that. We used just like an alignment and then a lock in place. So I happen to know here and here are the special locations that place this piece right here. I really like being able to pull in stuff like this in Fusion and having it translate to the final design. So this right here dictates where the slots are. Now, I talked about moving the slots up by one, like by a tiny little factor. I'm not going to try to do that right now because I don't know how that works. I don't know how that's going to work. And I don't think I need to. Everything will still plug in properly. So if you could have a time machine, who would you kill? I'd probably inadvertently kill everyone. I mean, that's like the thing they don't consider about time machines when they talk about them is immunology. Because we have pathogens and stuff that in our time that, and vice versa, that ancient people and ourselves just can't handle. So, back to the primordial ooze and sneeze. Oh, God. I'd probably go back and just punch my dad. Be like, what the fuck? And then I just leave. It wouldn't affect anything at all. Like, hey, Dad, remember that guy in a flannel that punched you one time in college? Like, what the fuck? COVID-19. Okay, yeah. So I think these vertical things here are in case you have one of those cables that like latches on. I don't have those, so I don't think I need to really worry about them. But this part right here, we need to move. Now, if I moved it right now, it wouldn't do anything. It wouldn't affect anything. But if I took everything back in time to before I actually created the holes in the thing, I can now move it and then lock it in place. So it's going to get a little sloppy, but this is kind of like the final set of adjustments for this thing. So let's move this. So I'm going to go move copy. And it always wants to select bodies, even though this is a component. If I select bodies, it'll move the plate below, which is really annoying. So I'm taking... I'll just click in it. And go to that, go to that, go to that. And then I'm just going to grab this thing and wrench it over. 15 millimeter, you are going to be 3. 3 millimeter to the left. That's our new meta. 3 millimeters to the left. Done. And then I need to lock the position. Once I do that, I go all the way to the end. I'm going to redo all the stuff. And now my slots, and by extension the card, is going to be moved 3 millimeters over. Supposedly. That doesn't look like it moved. What happened? Definitely locked it in place. Control Z. Huh. Did that all happen properly? Why is all that other stuff still centered? Because that would have to move by 3 millimeters as well. Yet it still looks like it's in alignment. This is the second guessing part of it. View by top, view in orthographic. Yeah, that's still in alignment with the holes. What did it look like before? So I'm going to Control Z it again. So, all right. Circle there. What lines up here? What lines up that I can base it on? We'll look for that triangle right there, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 in, And so let's go all the way back where we were. Oops. Well, yeah, let's go way all the way back. There we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There. Did it move over? It didn't move over. I need to move this. Yeah, I need to move all this mess 3 millimeters over. All right. Yeah, distance from the hole to the wall. Oh, okay. Let me just double check on this here. Oh, it's 10. Derp. Derp. So it should be within the 10th triangle. That's it. Jesse L, thank you for following. And it is not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So yeah, okay, cool. All right, so this did move. We need to move the other one. Sorry, it's just like it's a subtle change that it's tough to figure out. Now, if I go back and I edit the drawings, it's going to automatically reverse the what do you call it? It's going to automatically reverse the timeline when I go in to edit the thing. I'm an EE firmware with mech ambitions. This is great. Cheers. Oh, thank you. So, all right, I need to move this over. This distance is determined by a factor in the sketch. These are just floating in space, which makes them more annoying to edit, but I can still edit them all right. They're on their own sketch too. But this sketch right here, this would be the distance to the 2 slots, and the 1 slot is based on the other slot. So if I go and I edit this sketch, you can see down in the timeline that it'll reverse the timeline all the way back until I made this sketch. So this distance is non-negotiable, 51.75. I'm not going to touch that one. It is this distance to the center of the connector that I want, which is a construction line, but that is this one, 62.5. We're just going to add 3 to that. I could do plus 3 on this, but we could just do 65.5. And that would be 3 millimeters to the right. Now, if I really wanted to be a crazy person with this, I could have left it up to a variable. I could have a plus C variable on all my stuff, and then that plus C would be the fudge factor that I would need in order to adjust stuff. But I'm not going to mess with that. These drawings are a mess just because I created them quickly. Finish that sketch. Now we need to do a third method for moving something. And the third method for moving something is going to involve the grid panels, which are this one. I'm going to unview the body. Grab these all. Uh-oh. Grab these. Grab. Why can't I drag? Why is there a weird drag? Well, okay, what's going on here? Where are my select options? Window selection. There we go. Why did that change? It's like I didn't tell it to change that. Okay, so now I can use just a move command on that. After highlighting all of them. Drag it to the right, and then Fusion's going to have a little shit fit. Urgh! Instead of 10 millimeters, look at how they kind of like jitter. And I'm going to make that 3. I got to let it think about what it did. Fusion hates stuff like this with repetitious structures. Finish the sketch. Now it's going to come to terms with itself. Eventually. Oh yeah, I'm not viewing the body. Boop. All right. Everything is now shifted away from the power plug by 3 millimeters. Still fits. Everything should be the right dimension. All the distances should be the same. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. So from here, I'll just create another. Let's go back to perspective. Make it look like this again. So from here, I can print out another one of these. Problem with that being that I need to print out another one of these before we plan where all the holes are going to go. I can plan the holes and then I can move them over by 3 millimeters, but I really don't want to do that. I kind of want to have this thing ready to go because I need to mark out where everything's going to be. Not happy about that. Not happy about that because, yeah, I need to mark out all the stuff and then get it onto the pillar drill so that I can actually drill all of the holes. Really tempting to figure out if I could just send it off to a place that's going to, like, water jet or CNC machine the carbon fiber plate. It'd be too expensive around here. Fabrication around here is kind of expensive. All right, that's it for that part. Let's, I'm just going to export the IO plate. I'll have to print another one of them. With the lessons that we've learned here today. This is the one that's printing right now, and it concerns me because it's so flimsy and it's supposed to hold up the grating. Who dat? Okay. Nate. Lift 151. Thank you for following. Triple Nate. Yeah, I know. I hope I don't have to print out another one. I've already got a stack of these things. All right. Back to this camera. Yeah, I'm not version numbering that. Yeah, I think I'm going to be much happier with the cables dropping down below because that can pop up over here and then just come across this to go to where it needs to go. And then that'll make this area look a lot neater. There will still be cables coming off of them, but I'll just have to figure out where to put the stuff. Nate! Lift 151 just subbed. Thank you for the sub. What thermal camera? There's a command to tell you which thermal camera it is. All right, let's see how long this long name takes to go up. These used to take fractions of a second to go up. Some of them still do, regular users. But then there are the people who make giant screen names. The Twitch API hasn't picked up on it yet. It will in just a second. There it goes. That actually, okay, so there's your long name meta. Everything's statistical. Nate. Newt. Placed in like a split second. Yeah, I need to have a display that like tells it. Well, I'm not going to do that. In the past, I should have put a display that shows distance to name or something, just so I'd know where I could place the camera. Oh God, Nate, why are you all the way over here? It's hard for me to place the camera over here because I've got parts sitting on the desk. There we go. You're right by Wexo. Yeah, I mean, I guess it could do like an LED strip that does like an XY, like an approximate XY. What about a camera moving the laser? Everyone who's come into the stream has had that idea, and we're gonna do that. That's what Burn the Subs 3 is all about. Yeah. Fibby's helping, making the actual noise instead of making me do it. Nate, lift 151, welcome to the board. Yeah, the camera glitches out. I don't know what it is. When there's no motion on this camera, it's on a bunch of extension cables, and it'll start to glitch out. And it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. Oops, that's the wrong focus. Oh, focus is going to be all nuts on the arm when I go back to it. Ta-da! The farts, by the way, are actually physically rendered in meat space by a device that I've hooked up to the Twitch API, which is... it's too bright. It's that thing right there. That thing is a former joke fart sound effect maker that we put into a little case, and we put an ESP on it. No, it's all belt drives and linear bearings. Lethal Weapon, thank you for following. Oh, I need to get that 3D print. And then I need to print the little locking pieces. Those should be the same dimensions, so I can just print one of them out several times. Oh, it literally just finished. Never mind. We need to give it a minute to cool off. I do have the fan sitting right there, but yeah, no, the fart machine is not belt driven. So yeah, that's the idea for the computer. Damn it. So because my design's over here, unfortunately this is a little too wide. And I wonder how much issue I would cause if I put a right angle connector. They don't really sell right angle connectors that go in that direction because the right angle connector assumes your graphics card is flipped over. I wanted to have it this way because now the fans are facing upwards, and so it's pulling from the cool air on top of the case, as is the processor. A lot of turbulent air in here, but it's got plenty of space to go away. This is unfortunately a little thick for my britches, and so we've got approximately 3 millimeters over here, and we have almost 1 on this side. So moving it over 3 millimeters, it's really pinching it. We've got about 5 millimeters. That'll leave 2 millimeters for this thing to actually, this cable to actually go up an interface and plug in. Man, it is so much more space restrictive than the other case, and I don't know why. I think it's because I pushed this to the side a little too far. But I need this air gap over here because there's going to be 6 fans on this thing taking up most of this area and going outward. And so air is going to be rushing in from this square and that square. That's what I figure. A little bit of an air gap here is not going to harm anyone. Actually, it might pull in cool air from the top, but I think that's okay. Yeah, so that's where we are with that. I can't figure out where all the stuff's going to be on this. I could, and then I'd have to move it over 3 millimeters to the right, but I still don't know if the 3 millimeters is going to work out. I could figure out the holes for the motherboard and get those in there. That's probably our best bet right now. And the approximate location of all this stuff has a lot of wiggle room, which is good. Because yeah, I can do like a wire hole here. This thing can share that if it needs to. This one can just do like here. That's a little close to the fastener. Or it can just go straight down and then over and pop up over here. And then in terms of fastening stuff down, location of this thing, 3 millimeter to the right. That doesn't need mounting holes. 4 for that, 4 for that. None yet. None. Not bad. And the SSD, I think I can just use dual lock to hold to the bottom of the case. That's how I've been doing it before. SSDs are so light that I can just use Velcro derivatives in order to hold them on. Certainly a lot more respect than they get in some cases. Some cases really just kind of throw them to the weeds. They put them behind the motherboard, like in an air restrictive area. I want to keep that cable attached. It doesn't need to move anywhere. So yeah, I will mark that location on the base plate, and then we'll take the base plate and I'll take it out to like an even number. I literally use gaffer tape for the newish SSD and an old tower computer. Oh my god. Why don't the M.2 drives get kind of warm? Oops, that didn't even make that mark. Well, I got 2 marks anyway, so caps. Why isn't this writing? This would need to be moved over. I mean, I guess I can plot it 3 millimeter over to the side. And this thing has wiggle room. I mean, it does move back and forth. It's an upgrade from duct tape. How can I square this? I need a piece of material that's going to be square out to this distance, because this isn't going to do it. I've got a like a T-square. Maybe the T-square will be accurate enough. I just want to make sure that I'm not tweaking it to the side when I mount it. Fantastic shop. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. It's literally everything I own in one place. Totally not a security hazard. All right. Giant T-square will help me with this. Ooh, that could be cleaner. Oh wow. So aha. So it actually doesn't fit as it is. It is butting up against... All right, so I can't even do this now. That's not good. Here. I can't do a perfect orthographic view for you guys, but it is... This is off. This is tilted to the side. It's tilted out this way so that it fits better. And that 3 millimeters is really going to make these two very close to one another. Oh boy. Wow. This is a spatial issue. Nothing like I've ever seen before. This sucks. I can't do anything today. I can't do anything today. Oh wait, there was something oh, there was something caught on this. Hold on. Wait a minute. This is getting caught on part of the power thing. Oh, okay. All right. Never mind. That is straight on. My bad. The power plug was hitting up against the T-square. No, I don't. That was at an auto show. That was taken. The picture was taken. That was taken at an auto show. I don't own a white van. I do not have that. This is actually pretty solidly square with the panel. I can't really get down in there to really make sure that it is. But I mean, I can't move it this way anymore. And it seems to have kind of settled here. Hopefully that's good for this. So I can mark this and then move it 3 millimeter to the right. If it's even going to mark. There we go. Man, this light has a lot of shadow on it. It's not helping me work. All right, so 3 points. Give me reference. That should do. What else? Capacitor block. This thing. I don't have anything for the screws there. The motherboard. So I need to figure out how I'm going to figure the distance between these links on the motherboard. I think I can kind of get in there and just put a mark on either side. I guess that's the best I can do. And I can figure out what those distances are and then take the dimensions of a mini ITX motherboard and then try to plot these out based on that. But it's hard to get these marks in there. Then again, if I only need one in order to plot out the remainders. So we'll get 2, and we'll use those in order to figure out what the final dimensions are. Because yeah, that'll be fine right there. That'll be pressed up against that. Let's just make sure that it's straight before I lock any of my choices here. It does kind of look like it could move back. Hold on, I'm going to lean in front of the camera. No, that's about as far as I'm going to get it. There's a possibility that I could move it over a little bit more. I mean, these USB plugs are right off. There's no way I'm going to be able to get a USB to plug into that unless it's a very restricted sized plug. It would be fun to make a back panel for this thing if I could find this motherboard like data sheet or anything, but I'm not going to bother with that yet. That'll just be a gaping open hole in the back. There's no way that the I/O protector will fit. I can make that much is clear. All right, and I think that's it in terms of marks that we need. long as I can get a good picture of where the board edge and where the holes are. I'll just mark this one again down here. That's it. We'll have to figure out where the wire holes are going to go too, but that's almost something that I can play by ear. Yeah, I guess we could try to figure out where the wires are going to go. I mean, I'm going to need SATA cables to go underneath the board. I'm going to need the power cord to go under the board. I don't know if they should all... And then the button wires too. So it seems like there should be a big access hole right here. One up here that can be shared by the Nixie tubes. It's going to be a little noisy though. I don't know how noisy. 300 volts DC is not... Well, two 150 volt DC lines are not necessarily noisy. They're not going to be quiet either. So I'll just make like a box here and just put wire hole. There's going to be a big wire hole there, so this will go into there. All of the connections for the switches and stuff will go up and over into there. And then the serial port, the SATA stuff will go up and into there. And then from here, this power cable can go down into the same area. And the drive plug, which I'm going to have to rebuild, will go down and into there as well. SATA hate noise. Yeah, but there's not much I can do about it. They've kind of been in this close proximity for a while now anyway. I can't really do much about that. Yeah, so I'll just have to make this kind of like wiggle its way up and around. Then this, I can either do right next to it, but I feel like I should have enough space to unplug this if I need to, since they are going to go under the panel. So I'm going to give that a little bit of room. We'll put the hole like here. Right wire next to it. And then here, we'll need one. I mean, it needs to have a little bit of room, but not much. So we can just put that like here. That one needs to be large enough for the connectors. And then over here, I'll need to have one for the capacitor block. And I think that's about it, because if I do the current sensor, I can have that go to the same one. And that's it. That's it for the wiring. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4 holes. This is just going to be a bundle in this area. Just a bundle of joy. This one is up above. That goes over here. I don't have the headphone connector for my fan temperature sensor. That's kind of an afterthought. And I could probably put it over here, but I haven't included that yet. I have a like a fan block that sits under the desk, and maybe I'll redesign the fan block so that it just, I don't know, but it needs to have, well, I designed it to have these probes, and these probes were connected to the power supply and the CPU fan, and because this thing typically sits in a keyboard tray, it encourages air to flow over the whole thing. Otherwise, this thing will belch hot air up into my face because it's in a keyboard tray. So these were kind of a necessary part of that. That would be a perfect place for them. So maybe I'll just come up with like a corner mount that'll hold that up. And then I can run these cables the way they were before. Just underneath everything, out of the way, and in contact with the two things that they need to monitor. That's unfortunately a little bit of a sloppy thing for me to be adding to this PC, but I don't think I have much of a choice. Unless I do another wiring hole like right here, but then one wire would sneak over here and the other one could go under and over to the, it doesn't really work. I guess it kind of does. All right, fine. We'll do one more wiring hole all the way over here, but it'll be kind of hidden. So this one's like around a lot of high voltage stuff. So it should probably go like right here. Okay, that one there, and then over here, so there's like there's not going to be any room for that, actually, to be honest. There's nowhere for me to get under. I mean, this isn't much of a wire, but it is thicker than, well, it's only 2 wires. No, it's 3 wires, sorry. 3 wires that are going between these 2 devices, but I'll just put like a line here if I can even reach. Maybe I can get rid of the rubber SATA connector and that'll give me a little bit of space. I don't know. That's a tough one. I would like to hide that wiring so that it's not rattling around on top of stuff. But this was nice to have because it meant that the thing that was exhausting air through the whole PC had a little bit of a reference point. Okay. So that's the plan. I'm waiting for this print. Let's see. Okay, so here's the last part of what we're doing because I discovered that I need to print out stuff again. Ha 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 ha. Another print. So what we can do now is try to do the grading on the top of the case. We can see how the thing we designed yesterday works out, and I've got the 2 parts of it sitting on the printer right now. I just need to take the scraper to it and peel it up carefully so that I don't bend it. So here, we'll do this camera, and I'll flip it around, which I don't typically do because I don't like you guys seeing my dirty dishes area over by the digital beer tap that we made so long ago. That thing still works great, by the way. Only its estimation of room temperature is still off by a steady 10 degrees, which is really annoying because my room isn't 80 degrees, all right? It is literally 10 degrees off, and I have no way in the software over there to correct it. But, all right, get the 3D print. Get the 3D print. Well, I mean, that's technically like a food service area, so it's fine, it's fine. I don't like to be that disorganized, but I am. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm popping up one of the edges so I can get the spatula under it, and then holding that down. Okay, this one's popped up. Hold it down so it doesn't move too far away from the bed, and just carefully move the scraper across it at a low angle. Try to keep it as flat as possible, because these things will bend, and they won't bend back. All right, let me get all this skirting material out of here. Put the spatula back where it belongs. It's very important. Very important. Place for everything. Everything in a place. All right. This does seem to be the fate of owning a 3D printer. It's so easy to just print out a part that you inevitably end up printing a fixed part. Yep. Fixed part. That you inevitably end up printing a fixed part after discovering you forgot something about the first part. Yep. What's the one thing out of all your shop you're missing? Do I say it? Everybody's gonna go nuts if I say it. Say the line, bother. I don't have a lathe, and I'm not gonna get one because I don't have room for it. I don't have space for a lathe. A CNC kit for my drill press, but lathe is probably the prevailing item that I'm missing. Now here's the problem, is that over here this isn't really going to fit. Yeah, yep. That's the fate right there. Damn it. Well, okay, so barring the modifications that I got to do over here in order to get this to work properly, to look right, I may have to cut a fin off of the heatsink so that I have clearance over here, which means I've got to put it back on the lathe, and I've got to get the cut wheel, and I have to position it properly and do another pass on this thing. I used it like a dozen times and then haven't touched it over the decade. Yeah, the mini desktop lathe, they're not that accurate, right? But every now and then I need something like that. Not lately, though. Yeah, the Mobo might be a little high for this method, though. Yeah, this might work pretty well, actually, because that sits in there really nicely. Let me get the other parts. Let me get the other parts for this. You can make them accurate, but it's too small. Ah, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much I really need a lathe. I guess I technically have access to a lathe if I really wanted. Oh yeah, I still need to print out the top pieces for this. This might actually work pretty well. I am going to have to modify this, though. Actually, I wonder if I could just drop it down a little further. If I move one of the... Oh, no, but then the circuit board hits the bottom plate, and I don't want to have the circuit board floating in free space. So, yeah, I think my options are to... Oh, God, that means I got to disassemble this thing again. Ah! Oh, man. It's not your fault, Chad. I'm not mad at you. All right, let me start these other parts printing while strike while the anvil's hot, because this system, flimsy though it may be, may hold on to the grating pretty nicely, to be honest, because it'll squish the grating into there. Now, if anything's trying to bust out of the inside of my computer, they're not going to have much to fight against, but that's fine. All I want to do is hold it there so it doesn't vibrate around. So we need these parts. And so those are still in the folder, and I need 4 of them. I'm probably going to print 8 just so that the printer has enough to do, so that between layers it doesn't the part doesn't end up melting down. Because if you with PETG and fanless printing, if I print something small and then have it only print that small thing, it will print so quickly that the layers don't have time to cool off. So I need to print a lot of small thing, and then you have more of a chance that it'll come out properly. We have a laser cutter coming to our workshop on Wednesday, just waiting for my manager to burn the place down. I would love enough... You know what the one thing that my shop needs? You know the one tool that I need in my shop? It's more shop. I need a larger space. I need a warehouse. Maybe not a warehouse, but something, I mean, like an old, you know, one of those old warehouses where you can like live in them. You know the warehouse from Teardown? I need that. If I could have that and still be within like good internet and Amazon delivery, there are places like that exist in Philadelphia that I really would like to get. They're in terrible neighborhoods, but they're great spaces for the kind of stuff that I do. That's the kind of space that I would love to have. No, not a shit. Well, there's that. I'm in a fairly dense suburban neighborhood, just outside of Philadelphia. That's our secret. We're in Philadelphia, okay? Philly is like vast and expansive. Moving to a farm with a barn. You know, I think I can get like tax credits for Philadelphia depending on the type of work that I do. I need to look into that because I think there are some entertainment, education, blah 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 tax credits for Philadelphia that I might be able to apply to myself in order to do the stuff that I do here. But yeah, if I had like a warehouse space that I could pull my car into and make a studio in the corner and do all the sound deadening that I need to do, as well as put the tools in there and maybe expand them a little bit, laser cutter would be so nice. So it's the perfect setup for you. I need it to be on my side of the country. The goddamn enormous fucking country. Also, everything I build would melt in Oregon right now. It's too hot. Anyway, right link. Can you modify your name engraver with a high power laser to make it a cutter? In order to get the types of power that you would need to functionally cut material, I would need to get ring diode lasers, which are, you know, you can get them kind of like secondhand. And what they do is they have a fiber optic ring, and it's a pumped laser diode, and it creates a lot of power out of the other end. I still wouldn't really be able to work with anything like that. Laser cutters need ventilation. This is a laser etching table that works on wood. It's a totally different animal from a proper laser cutter. Proper laser cutter needs compressed air across the nozzle in order to move the materials out, because you're not deflagrating or conflagrating. You're ablating the material. You are hitting it with so much energy that it turns into gas. And so in order to do that and have it continue to work, you need to hit it with compressed air and move that material out and away so that you have a clear shot at your next part of the cut. But then in your air, you've got all of that, all of the ablated carbon of the material and all the terrible chemical stuff. Sublimating, yeah, maybe that's the right word. But anyway, sublimate, you're turning it into gas. And so when you turn it into gas, it's still in the air. You got to exhaust it out. You got to exhaust it out safely. So a laser cutter is not just a laser. It is a very high power laser with an entire air system and an XY system and all those other accoutrement that'll allow you to run that thing safely and effectively. I don't have the resources for something like that. So, yeah, I mean, if I got one, I could fit it. It could maybe sit under the what was going to be the brewing table over there, and then I could exhaust it up into the alleyway between houses. But I wouldn't feel too good doing that, so I can't have a laser cutter. I would love to have a laser cutter that was capable of cutting carbon fiber, but boy, oh boy, would that solve some issues around here. No, I'm just living the millennial dream. Whenever my parents finally fucking die, I'll be able to actually afford a house. Millennials. All right. Duplicate. So what I'm going to do is I'm just doing a back and forth pattern on this thing. And I'll keep it 3 boxes apart. That might be too spread out. Would you have to build a whole room just to vent it all? No. What? What does that even mean? That sounds so bad. Look, man, I know. It is bad. It is bad. 1, 2, 3. Like that. That's all I'll need, but I'm going to do more than that. I'm going to do more than that. 2, 3, put it there. Duplicate. I am favoring this end of the board because this is where things print properly the first time. So that's going to take up a lot of, I mean, that's kind of close to the edge of the board. Let's move these up one box, I guess. All right, that's a little close to the edge. The skirting or whatever the border that it puts around it might actually collide with the strip that gets machined or that gets extruded. But I think that'll be okay. When I get old enough, I'm going to be out even more cash to keep them alive longer out of guilt. Yeah, I know. That's how it is, man. I wonder how good would using a vacuum with water bubbling filter clean the particulate out of the airstream. I don't know, man. You just put it through a particle filter, what do you call it? What is that called? I mean, you could do it like a HEPA filter. You could do like a carbon activated filter to clean up the stuff. Yeah, I don't think you need to send it through a bong in order to clean laser air. I mean, some places just eject it. they just pump it out in the atmosphere. All right, let's do that. Start printing it. Estimated time 30 minutes. God damn it. 30 minutes. Can we kill 30 minutes or do I need to just end the stream? I don't know what I want to do here. 30 minutes though. Usually there's something that we can poke at that will take up our time. I really hope these print all right. I may need to redesign them a little bit just because the screws are a little close to one another. I think I should kill 30 minutes. Yeah, I guess so. Well, what we can do is I can start disassembling the power supply again, because I need to cut off one of the fins. I need to cut the fins off. Enough is enough, Finnish people. I would really love to involve the heat pipes in this if that would help it cool it all, but I don't have the space to do that. I would have to machine this plate, and I don't want to do any additional machining because this is kind of a beast to put into the milling machine. The way we did it before when we milled it, we actually we used like a putty that goes into these. It's like a heat putty, and it held the fins stable while I was machining it. Ah, there we go. I've been a well pump technician treating water for 7 years. Just talking about how to filter stuff. Start on your next project, dude. There's too many projects. There's too many projects already. One of the next projects is going to be wiring this thing, which is going to be a complete nightmare to wire because I don't have a lot of space to run all the different wires that I need. And then I'll design an enclosure around it. But no, the next parts of the project are I need to evaluate how these rails hold up the grating. So I guess for right now, I'm just going to remove the top. Yeah, they're Nixie tubes. They're pretty decent Nixie tubes with a little Nixie driver on them. It's like a Nixie voltage driver and then Russian Nixie driver. They're basically low voltage to high voltage FET drivers. So you do a BCD into this, and it'll give you the 0 through 9 output on the tube. Just have to make sure to wire it correctly, which is part of the pain in the ass that this thing is. I've had this for a long. This has been built for a long time, and I had it going out to these pins because I plugged them into the breadboard, and then I was able to wire up a little circuit that would test the tubes from there on the breadboard. But this is always meant to go into this computer project because the blues and the oranges and the purples, this would be part of the oranges. So this would go here, and then I've got a carbon. I will have a carbon fiber panel here that'll have the 2 buttons on it. And once again, you'll barely be able to see the carbon fiber, unfortunately. The carbon fiber panel over here, and that'll have the power and the activation button for this. Because I won't have this on at all times. And then what'll this thing monitor? I don't know. Current. That's all I can come up with. It's the only other sensor that I've got on this thing is just what is the overall current output from the power supply. That takes up the area that used to be taken up by my solid state hard drive caddy. It makes up for some of the awkward shapes that are around here. Probably should have, I mean, in the past, if I had thought about this properly, I could have used something like this area to make the 12-volt power supply thing happen. Because these modules don't, in a strip like this is a weird part about this power supply design and why you'll never see something like this, is because in this configuration, the 300 volts DC has to wiggle its way through past 12 volt DC lines to the other module's 300 volt DC input. That's a big no-no. That's a big no-no in product design and voltage design and stuff like that. But I don't have to, this is a one-off, research thing or one-off passion project, so I don't have to actually, I don't need to conform to your weak rules. All right, let me get the top of this thing off. So we need to machine this. I need to print out that. So here, okay, sorry. Here's where we are with this right now. I need to do machining to cut off one fin from this entire power supply. And that means setting it up on the milling machine, getting all those numbers just right so I can do 1 or 2 passes on this and get a nice clean line. I don't want to mess that up. And I can do that on the milling machine. One less fin on the top of this thing means that I can install the brackets that I want to install to hold the grating up to the top. Yeah, Ben Heckendorf and Mark and Sutton do very similar things. You should look them up. Ben Heck does a lot of interesting console mods too. One fin off of this, 3 millimeters to the right on this panel, squishing these two together. I'm squishing your head. Squishing these two together, putting a little bit of space in there. This thing is the most wasteful piece of space of the whole thing. Then I can figure out where to drill the holes, though I could also do that right now just from what we marked. I need to figure out the hole spacing of this thing so I can figure out where those holes go. I need to do some measuring in order to figure out where this stuff goes. But first I want to figure out whether or not these things will effectively hold up that grating. Okay, whew. There's a lot of steps left in this. And then from there, I need to design the panels for this side that have fan mounts in them. Feels like a bump. the panels on this side that have the fan mounts in them, panels on this side that don't have a fan mount, front panel that doesn't have a fan mount. And that'll bridge the whole look of the thing together. So there will be the dark grating, the dark carbon fiber bottom piece, lightly colored edges, kind of dark purple stuff. Considering whether or not I want to actually print those in black, but I think we'll stick with purple. We'll stick with purple because I'm having fun with the purple filament right now. I didn't make it orange. Orange would have been out there, although there is orange hardware already in this thing. But I want to put orange lights inside of this because I have a piece of a cell phone reflector, piece of a cell phone black light in there. And if I put some LEDs on that, it should cast some weird light, maybe. Stop it with that joke. I'm not playing into that joke. I don't know what it is. All right, let's take the top off of this thing. Where did my hex key go? Where did the hex key go? What did I do with it? I put it over here. Captain Chaos! Thank you for following. Oh, is that what you were trying to goad me into saying follow? Well, thank you for following. Climactic chaos. I don't get that at all. Tried and failed. That's okay. I'm a little busy doing other stuff right now. Okay, so let's see about this method that we came up with. Because he did all this stuff in order to mount this. The only problem, the complaint that I have with this system of building a computer is whenever I pull the top off like this, now I've got the countersunk screws caught in these things. So I need to pop them out without getting them all over the place, which is damn near impossible. Yeah, see that one jettisoned over there. All right, so top piece. And then we've got these things on them. So we can actually put these in, and I can see how they mount. Oh, that one's really bad over there. Looks real bad. Luckily, that won't be visible. Which one's the long one and which one's the short one? That's the question. Yeah, this stuff is gonna here. Let me I'm gonna relocate the computer itself because that's gonna way get in the way. So this is gonna go on my office chair. If you mount the brackets, can you reattach without having to cut down the heatsink? If I put a gap in them, I might be able to do it. Yeah, if I put a gap in them, I just hope that heatsink doesn't get hot enough to to melt the 3D print. And I guess it would have to get pretty righteously hot. I mean, people were pretty confident. It seems like I must have bent one of them. They don't quite sit flat. I think what I can do is I can make a custom bracket that has like a little cutout for that right here. Just a little square cut. And that will allow me to mount everything properly. Because yeah, these seem to be pretty promising. Is that the right one? I think it is. There's no hole there. What's going on? What kind of chicken shit operation is this? Why you have no hole? I need that screw hole. What happened to you? So like support material in there? Man, oh yeah, there is support material in there. Okay, so I gotta peel it out. Best thing that I got for PETG for support material are these cosmetic tweezers. They're strong. Any other tweezers that I have bend. Softens at 85. Yeah, softens at 85, glass at 80. I don't think it's gonna get to 85, but I'm not sure. 200 degrees is not that much. It is kind of oven temperature though. That is, wow, I'm gonna have to use a drill. Can I drill it from the other side? Why was there even support material in there? Okay, so let me get a 2mm drill bit. An advantage while having the window open is when England scores, my neighbors shout. That's awesome. Yeah, you've got... you have the sound off, so you can't really hear it. But luckily, the neighborhood is compensating for that. Smaller than that. Hemostats. I need to maybe look up some hemostats. But the PETG is so sticky that the cosmetic tweezers are the only thing that I've found to be strong enough to like really get in there and pry everything out. There we go. This is just the right size. I hate using such a large hand drill with such tiny drill bits. Ukraine 0, England 3. All right. Go Brits, I guess. I don't know. I don't know who I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for America. Why can't we win everything always? Because we're winners naturally. Pin vise for the tiny drill bits? Maybe. I don't know. I don't need a lot. Everybody thinks you need all these tools in order to get the job done. So a little bit of the philosophy around here is that we just need to get the job done. A little bit. I can't claim to be great in that regard in the sort of like new tool therapy where like you run into the tiniest of issues and you buy a new tool to solve it. I try not to do that. I know, it's just the Euros, I know. That means America automatically won because you guys didn't even let us play, you know? That's my headcanon anyway. All right, so these will fit. They might need to be lengthened a little bit, though. They're going to fit. It's going to be a little loose. It's probably going to shimmy a bit. Oops, which isn't good. So I might need to alter the size of this. Luckily, none of this stuff takes a long time to print. I'll be able to... I'm going to wait for the brackets to be done to make the final call on that. But I can go into the original drawing and I can push it out a little bit, push it up a little bit, and then we'll get it to sort of friction fit into the geometry of this thing. And then these are the top pieces that are incredibly flimsy. The possibility exists of me putting another linkage on this, just so that it doesn't rely on such thin PETG to hold everything down. The other part is that I could make it a little wider, and that might be difficult to do with our drawing. But let's see if the part that I cut here, we're gonna spend some quality time with the flush cutters if this doesn't fit. We might have to spend some quality time with the flush cutters because it doesn't quite fit the one axis. And I need to leave a little bit of room. Need to leave a bit of room on this, and then I'll have to slice this thing up a little bit to make sure that the screws still fit in. Yeah, that's not going to do it. It needs to go all the way up to the edge because these will fall in otherwise. You get the idea of what I was going for. I think maybe it does need a larger border. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Call it like it is. Wait, are these not the right length? Hold on. They should not quite reach the... Yeah, here we go. So there's the one there. This one goes there. The grading is kind of a tough customer. Isn't that the right one? Wait a minute. Did I screw... Which one did I screw up? That one's fine. That one's fine. That one's fine. This one is not the right one, or do I have one upside down? Nope, they're all right side up. Oh no, that does fit. I had this one upside down. All right. Yeah, so a minimal purple border. It's kind of like Milton's red border that he totally doesn't have on his stream. Oh, you know why it's all weird? Because the tweezers are under it. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I thought the metal piece was like severely bent, and I was like, I'm pretty sure it's not, but it's the tweezers pushing up on it. I think maybe I need 4 millimeters around the outside. Well, I don't know. If I can get away with 2, I would like that, but I think 4 might be necessary in order to sort of give it a good chance to stay connected. 4 is going to be a lot on the other panels, but it just might be what's required. I mean, I will need another hexagon on this side, so I do have to recut this panel. So I'll still try to make this work. We just need to cut a slightly larger panel for it. See, so when I need to use the miniature drill bits, I've actually just got a hand thing that I use. That actually looks awesome. Hey man, I know what I'm doing. My only problem is that gap. I would love for there to be material behind that. If I bring this out to 4 millimeters, it'll be a little bit of a thick boy, but it'll look a little better. And it'll hold on to the grating more. And I don't think it's going to have that much repercussion when it comes to sucking air. This is the thickness of the back panel. That is 2 millimeters. 3 would kind of change the dynamic a little bit, but let's try to do 4. And I guess I'm going to have to reprint the whole thing. And let me think about this. If I print it with this side down, I could put a lip on the outside of this. Because one of the things that I'm thinking about is there's like a very clear gap on that. I don't really want to measure the hexagons and have little pieces that stick down into the hex. Although that would look good. It's so much work though. But if I took this even to just 3 millimeter, that would bolster this and make it stronger. And of course the piece is going to go there. That'll fit that. Yeah. Okay. We'll go to 3 millimeter on the outer wall. Because I don't mind the purple border that much. I don't want it there, but it's going to be there, and it'll kind of tie the look of the rest of this thing together. See, I wanted to have the contrast between the light anodization and the dark grading. I think the purple isn't the best transition from one to the other. Like the purple next to the anodized stuff, I don't really like. But it'll do. I mean, I could even do this thickness, which will be... I mean, it won't look like it's too much on this panel, but it won't translate into the other panels, because this is too much. So yeah, we'll go for 3. I think this is 5. We'll go for 3. Just do a material sample here. That's actually not that bad. That's actually not that bad. That actually looks pretty good. Yeah, it's not that bad. I ain't mad at that. That's a hot look. Do I do that on the top? Do I do it that thick? Can I live with that? That's a lot of material, but then it'll hold it really strongly, and I can put cutouts for the power supply. Well, let's do 4. Let's do 4 because I think this is 5. But yeah, it does kind of tie the look together, doesn't it? 6, 7. Okay, so it's a lot more than I thought it was. ENG4, what are you talking about? We're getting beyond engineering right now. This is design. That's what this is. This should appeal to everybody else in the stream that's not a fucking something insult engineer. But this would be excessive for the side panels. Oh, sorry, England 4. Oh man, oh geez, sorry. So I can go up to 6. All right, so let's plan for that. Man, that'll make these parts so much better, because 2 millimeters was pushing it in every dimension. This is why I don't do football. Hey, you know. All right, multi-3, PC left is what I call this scene. We gotta redesign all the parts. Hooray! Okay, push-pull is probably not really gonna do it for us here. Basically what I'm doing is I'm just designing one side of this, but let's pull the rest of this thing in there, and I'm going to have to cut this out. No, did I already do that? Where's the top pieces? This one? Yeah, that's one piece that needs to be split. So that's what I didn't split, is body one. The part names and everything on this are getting a little out of hand, but so actually what I can do is just make the sketch there, but that's part's gonna change. Oh Christ, how is this thing gonna this whole thing is gonna change? Should we start over? Should we start over on this? It feels like the design process of this thing was a little convoluted. And we don't have exact repeat structures on this thing. And if I blow out some of the dimensions, it might affect some stuff badly. Let's see what happens to our, let's see what happens when we blow this stuff up. So I need the link on the opposite side. So front link right there, and then I'm going to do a split operation that'll cut up that link, just so that we've got all the different bodies on here. I'm not going to do the notches on it, though. We'll worry about doing that to the other ones. Actually, I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. All right, let's just view everything. This is complicated. One of the things that I did after the stream, by the way, was to get rid of that little lip. There was a little lip on that part, and I figured it would be okay if that top piece dropped down just a little bit from the outside. It'd probably be in place anyway due to the unevenness of the grading, and it would be much easier for me to print from the bed being the part that I highlighted right there. But how are we going to do this? So I did 2 millimeters around the outside, and that's not enough. So we go all the way back to our first sketch. And first of all, this I'm going to make 362 because all of these dimensions didn't quite fit. I kind of want them to press together just a little bit. So 362. Hopefully I built this part right. By 300. So those are the exact dimensions. It's odd that there's such a big gap between these in the design as it is now. Thick sides save lives. It's true. Yeah, this is gonna be weird. I wonder what kind of stuff is gonna blow up when I alter this. So I need to look at this box here and what drove that box. What drove this box to the extremes that it went to? 3 by 3. Well, that's for the screw hole. We want that to stay in place. I did corner cubes that dictated these things. So we're going 3 by 3. That's for that stuff. And then that's for that stuff. And then this is for this stuff. 2 by 2. So we take that up to 6. That's going to be... Well, I mean, we could do 4 by 4. Let's do 4 by 4. Yeah, that's what I had, Nosferatu. Over here, I've got the previous panel, and this one was made with steel speaker grill. I do actually have an edge brake that I could have used to, like, make this turn a corner and then bolt it directly to the profile. But this is what I had before, which was the grating inside of the trough, I don't know what to call it, inside of the profile, but it's rattly. I don't like that. So I wanted to make a 3D printed shape that's going to give the case a little bit of a different design to it, and also hold that grating on there strongly. So 4 millimeters is not going to look like much on this border, but I think it'll be good if we take that into all of the rest of the dimensions. So let's see what blows up. 4 MMD 4, what the fuck is that? 4 by 4. Look at how thick that is. That's a thick one. All right, so we go over here to the other 2x2. Arms of blue, 2x2. Hands of blue? It was hands of blue. 4. Uh-oh, where's the other one? It's over here. 4. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. It's funny that Tom thinks does 444 for his laughing noise, and it's like an unlucky number. I guess I can't remake that. Hopefully all the... Well, let's just see what happens. When I click finish sketch, all hell is going to break loose. Let's see. Oh my god. Might have to re-extrude everything. 2 warnings. My extrusions have exploded. So let's correct the drawing, and then we can go back into those steps to fix those extrusions. So the things I need to correct in the drawings are things that didn't properly anchor themselves, and now I can't change it because this has a fixed distance. So how do I remove that? I guess I could just delete the distance. And then drag that until it locks in there. Hopefully that fixes that. Now the other one was another extrusion, but I need to hunt around to see what broke. I did the 45-degree angles in the drawing, which, I don't know, I could have used a chamfer operation or a fillet operation on them, which probably would have been the better idea, and then this stuff wouldn't be prone to breaking when the geometry changes. Those look good. Those look fine. Probably could delete that, but I don't need to yet. It's like if you start deleting all this stuff in the drawing, then it starts going nuts. It starts affecting everything else. That one's got all the stuff. We'll have to go back into the extrusions and fix them. That should not be a solid line. That's just, yeah, that's just an angle marker. What is that? That's something that broke. It's not even needed. What is that? Wait, what is that? What is that doing there? Can I get rid of that without blowing everything up? It doesn't have dimensions. That's not doing anything. This is probably the part that was all messed up. There we go. All the errors from the previous drawing. All right. Looks all right. Let's see what we got when I finish the sketch. Oh, that fixed the errors. Ha ha! I'm the wiener. Except for here. What happened here? Oh yeah. So I think what I can do is I can get rid of that extrusion step. And instead of 1.7 for the distance, I'm going to get the cut operation that I did, which is, I think that one? Possibly, although that might not do a complete cut. Maybe I could just push-pull it. Because yeah, if it's not going to cut certain things if I'm not careful. Let me roll this back to that step. Not that one. This one? No, not that one. Not that one. Not the sketch. I want the step where I cut the, what was I push-pulling there? Oh, it's thinking. Nope, one more. Okay, a couple more. There's a lot of weird steps for me to make those end pieces. Oh wow, they look different now. What's going on with that? Well, I guess they're okay to look like that. Oh god, we gotta go pretty far back on this. Oh, it's this step. All right, so hold on. I'm gonna roll this all the way back front. And we'll go to this step. And then instead of -1.8, I'm going to make that -2. And then that'll take it all the way down and make that flat. There you go. So that 0.2 millimeter It might just mean that this bar is going to be inset a little bit. So that's 4mm thick. That's pretty thick. But I think that'll be okay. Yeah, we'll just have to roll with that for the design because I don't like that gap, but that's got to be there. I don't like this gap. Oops. Whoa. We're orbiting weird. Hold on. Select that. Nope. Give me this. There you go. I don't like this gap because it's kind of big, but it may just be a necessary evil. I don't think I can drop like a bar of purple behind it, like a 1mm or 2mm bar of purple behind it, and have it still look okay. What do you guys think? I mean, I don't want the metal to hit the metal. Because that rattles. That's what the rattle is. Get extrude along a profile. Take a millimeter by millimeter box or a 2x2 box and just run it along the entire outer edge of this thing. No, I don't think I should do that. Oh, and I need to make sure that all that stuff met up properly after the cut. Yeah, that's not going to be acceptable. What is that? Actually, that might be okay. That might actually be okay. Just going to be a little bit of a complicated fit, but it'll actually hold that in there. All right, so what do you guys think? Nobody has opinions on this. I guess I want the upper layer of the print to be what's visible. So I want to print this side here against the bed, this right here. So I don't want to put a lip on the outer edge here. Print out a 2mm by 2mm bar and make it a gasket for the whole thing. These are already kind of weird to print because they're so large, but my Sunday is going to be pretty much me creating this thing again by 3D printing. So on 2 of them, we actually need to cut out, which means that I need to actually do all the stuff to the one link that I didn't cut up. So let me do that now. Oh, yeah, I should probably rename the parts that don't have names yet. So body 16 is, well, actually, it was body 1 that I need to alter because that's too big. Why is body 1 highlighting like 5 different surfaces? Oh, God. This drawing is a mess. I will be happy when I am done it. Yeah, the print that's finishing right now, we're not going to end up using. There's like a seam across this. Why? Oh, because that's actually so that I can extrude the end links that are going to kind of lock into one another. So what I need to do is cut this out and make it into a new body. So what I'll do is I'll take this one over here, and I'm going to unview everything but body 1 and that link. That's the link. So just erase everything else so that I don't alter it by accident. And then I'm going to split this body. Why are there random faces that are still part of that body? That is, that's concerning. This is why I'm like, maybe I need to remake this this part. Oh my God, what is going on with that? 2 splitting tools just like that. That's going to break everything. Yeah, there were like all of these faces that were involved in... Maybe that fixed it? I don't know. Weird. It's really weird, right? I really need to learn Fusion. I use Blender for everything to make simple changes and adjustment. It's not the best. Yeah, I mean, you gotta like learn how to bleh. You gotta learn like the engineering language of Fusion in order to do this though. That's all messed up. What does this one look like? That one's fully solid. It doesn't have the end links in it. Oh boy. This is a mess. This whole drawing is kind of falling apart. Some of the stuff still exists properly, but other pieces of it are not quite right. Yeah, here's what I need to do. I need to take that, and then I need to take this target body, and then the tool body is going to be this and this. It's still selected. This and this, and the operation is cut. Oops, Control Z. I need to keep the tool bodies. Intersect. Cut. You need to keep tools ahead of time, otherwise it freaks out. This and this, and you are going to cut this. There. That should probably be a proper section now. It just has that little square piece in there to hold it together. I got to do that with this too, even though this one doesn't have those additional pieces. Something weird happened over here, and I need to correct it. So, is there an extrusion that involves that? Yeah, there is. Does that do it anywhere else? Oh god, why are we moving so slowly? I need to correct all this stuff all over. So, what drawing is that? This thing is so large that these sketches are just like completely out of hand. Yeah, that one's pretty messed up. Pretty messed up. What's going on with that? Why doesn't... Oh my god. I got so many things to correct here. I think it took me back to where the drawing was still... Yeah, I need I need to edit the sketch in place. So I go here and I edit profile sketch. That still takes me back in time. Ah, this is the annoying part. These should have been 3-point squares that were locked into this. Yeah, but they just aren't. Weird. I got a lot of work to do on this. I don't think I'm going to pull you guys through all the work that I have to do on this, because I got to do a lot of fiddling in order to get this drawing to work properly again, so that I can have all the proper stuff holding everything together. I don't think I'm going to pull you guys through that process, because it's going to be kind of obnoxious for me to implement. I have to figure out what all the dimensions are and how to do the extrusions properly. Part and parcel of this is my design of this part. I may start over with this entire thing, to be fair. To be fair, now that I know how I want to split it up, it's actually going to be a lot easier for me to just draw it from the start. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. I'm gonna start here. To be fair, I'm gonna start this over. That's what I was talking about during the stream where we were making this thing originally, is that there's a certain point you get to where you know what the design's gonna be, and you've built it completely wrong because you were kind of like vetting out the process as you were building it. So I got a couple things that I gotta work on. I'm gonna work on redoing that entire drawing from scratch, drilling holes into the carbon fiber sheet. I don't have the flexibility for this. And reprinting the back plate so that the card is in the right spot. And then I think from there, we've got the side ones to design, now that I know how I'm going to design them. The side panel, the front panel. Top panel will be done by then. Fans for the power supply. That's it. Lego did not get to its final form with the first design. I know, right? But when you're building something that's supposed to be like artistic and cool looking, then you want to get it right, and you want to get it right the first time because you've got like 105 people watching you build it. Gulp. But yeah, so all right. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to spend the rest of the day today, doing that design. Start printing it tonight. I need to go buy alcohol. And then Sunday, I'm going to fold laundry, 3D print, start the designs for the other stuff. We'll see where we get to. My 4th of July is, of course, also going to be spent doing this because I want to get this computer done. I want to be done this. And I can taste it. Soon you can play games. I know it's been like a 3-week break from playing games. I can't even do a Discord voice call right now because if I change the settings on this computer, it could potentially screw with the rest of the production design that I've got going on here. I really need to do the tear down to nothing and then build back up my entire streaming setup. Yeah, I can't do Discord voice calls because it screws everything up. I tried to do voice cables on this previously to do doctor's appointments, and there was like hard crackling on the virtual audio cable. I don't know what to do. I think my strategy is I'm going to get a podcasting mixer. I don't know where I'm going to put it. Maybe open the drawer and put it on that, or put it on a stand in between desks. Podcasting mixer, and then I can run all the mics into that. I can run it into this computer and then deal with it from there. I think that's my best bet. But anyway, that's for another day. I got a lot of work to do. It's a lot of boring work, so I'm not going to subject you guys to it. And then we'll reconvene on Tuesday after the 4th of July. The 4th of July is tomorrow. Okay, Tuesday in a couple days. And then, yeah, I'll give you guys updates. You'll be able to see what I'm talking about with this thing. This will probably look a lot better. I'm not going to do 6mm on it, I don't think. I don't know. It depends on what I decide to do. I mean, 6mm here and then not on the other side would look awkward. But this would make it a lot easier to mount fans and stuff. How many millimeters do I have? Ah! Jesus Christ! Oh my God, it's attacking us! I mean, that would be a little bit restrictive. It would look good, but it might be a little restrictive. What do you guys think about that? It's funny that this panel is almost the right size. I think that might be a little much. I might be asking a little much of it. And it might not fit with the motherboard either. But then again, I can do custom cutouts on it. Now that I have to do custom cutouts, I have to redesign this thing as all individual pieces, because these on this side will get a notch in them. Because this part is the same as this part, but if this part has a notch in it, it's not the same. And then I can't just make half of this, because then I need to have this part be a particular way. Same with this part, and this. It's crazy. So I got to design the whole thing. It's just unique enough. So yeah, I got some work to do. Got work to do. I will see you guys on Tuesday. I think Saturdays are usually pretty quiet on Twitch, right? All kind of people doing stuff. You guys check out who you want to check out. Ah, Tarkov. Tarkov. Final Fantasy. Tarkov. Arma. Oh yeah, that's right. They have their Arma game. Everybody's doing weird stuff. So you guys check out who you want to check out. And I will see you guys on Tuesday. What's Davies doing? MSC? Well, if you guys want to check out a really chill MSC stream, check out Davies. That's where I recommend you guys go from here. But I'm just gonna close it up. Yeah, everybody scatter. That's what we're doing. Everybody scatter. Go to the winds wherever you need to go. And I'll have a more coherent computer design by Tuesday. I promise. I promise you that it'll be totally coherent and great on